Here we go.
Croc.
I want to talk about Smell-O-Vision, but first, let's introduce the podcast. You're listening to Stick Drift, a bi-weekly show where we talk about the world of video games and the culture surrounding them. My name is Power Glover, and with me is returning guest Slade. Yes, I introduced him first. Fuck you, Noah. Hi, Noah. How are you?
I introduced myself because I said Croc but when I started the recording, so I got the first word. So ha!
No one knows who that is because I didn't introduce you yet, idiot. Slade, how are you?
I'm doing fine. Thank you very much for asking. It's been a wonderful, lovely day, and I hope yours has been too.
That's crazy.
Whoever was listening to this in their cars is now in a ditch. But anyway, we're talking about Smell-O-Vision because my dog is laying bombs beside me. So that's the only reason I bring that up. Anyway, if you like it or you hate it, please would you rate it, follow the rule of cool, and leave a like on that. Mike, you can find us on YouTube at StickDriftPodYT, on Twitter /X at StickDriftYT. Lastly, on our Facebook page, Stick Drift. We're also on Spotify. Each of our content has its own channel. So for a specific podcast, please subscribe to each to make sure you get the newest audio content in your feed. Boys, how are we doing now that we had Smell-O-Vision gate out of the way? We doing all right?
Yeah, I'd be doing better if I had a beer. I might have to go get a beer.
Go get a beer. I'll talk to Slade. Yeah.
Yeah.
Slade,
Slade,
you are beerless, but how are you nevertheless?
I'm good. I have some McDonald's water with me today.
Yeah, I can definitely see it for sure for the video watchers out there. All two of you. We have Slade's background on his cup, but yeah, there you go.
yeah, doing pretty all right, you know.
Yeah. Yes, he's come back. He's now the most tenured guest on the podcast. How does that make you feel, Slade? Does that make you feel good, warm and fuzzy?
I'm quite honored. I like to be a little surprised for the listeners. They pop into me and like, oh my gosh, it's the special guest.
I think this is your third regular podcast, and we've also done the not Undertale, the Deltarune spoiler cast with you.
Yes,
so
correct.
It has been no. He's basically just the third rotating chair. That's Slade. That's kind of what it is. Drake picks up your slack sometimes, but come on, you're the guy. You're the guy. We call you. It's like we put up the Slade signal. It's like the bat signal, but for Slade. And he gets on the podcast and he talks about horses. Yeah, that's what the symbol looks like.
So he does.
Yeah. But this time, hold on to your britches, ladies and gentlemen, because
hold on to your horses
about good games for once.
Oh my God, it's about time. You mean there's no more horses to speak of? I'm so excited.
All the horses have been glued.
Sorry, I didn't mean to show up.
We wave at wife. Hi, wife.
Get out. I mean, hi.
Get out. Insane.
Close the door, please.
I'm banning my podcast partner for you. So just so you know.
No.
There we go.
Toby can be the third person. There we go.
By the way, Cam has a bone to pick with you because he said he's been begging you to be on the podcast. You've told him that you would get back with him, and you never did. So.
Oh, Cam wants to get on?
Yeah, I'm throwing you under the bus on the podcast because I think it's funny.
Listen, Cam will hear it. He'll be mildly amused and say something in chat. And we can have him on for some Requiem talk. I'd like that. He's a Requiem enjoyer.
There you go.
Resident Evil 9 enjoyer. So yeah, there we go. But yes, we are joined by frequent contributor to the pod and Uma Musume's biggest fan, Slade, back on this 38th ep. I want your guys' opinion. Okay, so something has happened in between this podcast and the last, where Nintendo done said, yo, let's talk about a new video game. But what if it is not a new video game? What if it is an old ass video game? And maybe what if this game was Star Fox? And what if we told you we were going to potentially remake Star Fox for a third, maybe fourth time? How would that make you guys feel?
Arguably fourth, yeah.
Arguably fourth, because that game is basically the same game throughout the series.
Yeah. Star Fox 2 is like the only original one.
I mean, if you're talking about the offshoot stuff like Star Fox Adventures, it's a little different.
Sure.
But you know what I mean. Anyway, Nintendo showed off new Star Fox, which means biblically accurate Star Fox. He's so furry. How do we feel about furry Star Fox?
He's definitely furry.
Oh, he's a guy, all right.
Yikes.
Yeah. He looks like he's from that movie Fantastic Mr. Fox or whatever that thing is called.
Yeah, he's got a little Wes Anderson to him. Yeah, Falco looks like a very sick bird, and I mean that in the actual hospitalization way. But I kind of like it.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
it's different.
They look like Jim Henson been bishing and bashing around. There's a little Jim
Oh
Henson
yeah.
to it. Noah, you don't like it. I think is that kind of your take. You're not a fan.
I think it's okay. I think it's interesting.
Definitely interesting. It's not boring.
Yeah.
Most people are like, I like the movie version. I'm like, well,
I
sure.
liked the movie version too, but this is interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting. When I heard the initial character designer for the Star Fox crew had his stamp of approval and was like, yeah, I envisioned them kind of like this
Yep.
when I made them. Like I was like, okay, great. So
Sure.
he likes it. That's
Yep.
kind of all I need. You know what I mean?
The movie one was too Illumination. I wouldn't have wanted to see that ripped out of the movie and put into a game. I kind of don't like the new Donkey Kong design a little bit because it looks too Illumination.
Yeah.
Blasphemy. Actual blasphemy. That design is incredible. I'm sorry. I have to say.
Yeah.
Slade, go ahead. You were about to say something. Go ahead, Slade.
No, I was just agreeing with Noah that I don't like the new Donkey Kong design. I prefer his older one.
Yeah.
Banning both.
I don't think it's a problem they gave him a new look, but it does just look like an Illumination design. It does not look like a
It's
Nintendo design.
Nintendo doing it though. The whole thing is that was a rare design. So Nintendo going back and actually, kind of reaching back into what he used to look like from like Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong 94. Like that's what I like. Nintendo went back and actually redesigned him, which I like. I personally like that design a lot.
He looks like the missing link for the Minions.
Missing link for the Minions. I mean, kind of, but like, I don't know. He's kind of cute. He's a cute little guy. I mean, he doesn't look like a scary ape or anything. He looks like a kid would be like, oh, that's a fun monkey. Not like, oh, that's a monkey. I hate monkeys.
I don't think that Donkey Kong ever looked scary.
No, he just looks a little like he's like a serious monkey sometimes. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like the rare version is down to do some business, brother. That's what I'm saying. Like he's a serious guy doing serious things.
Sometimes.
His bananas got stolen.
Sure.
And K. Rool has to pay. At
Changes
least in
a
Donkey
man.
Kong Country. It changes a man. Yeah, who among
Changes a
us? I
monkey.
mean, if you had your banana stolen, Noah, and you know what I mean, how would you feel?
I wouldn't feel. I would just stop feeling.
You wouldn't feel.
Yeah.
He would not feel. He's doing the Alec Jones meme. I love the pain.
I would stop feeling because all feeling would just leave me, and I would just monkey rage. That's just what I would do.
Yeah.
Because the pain is the truth.
That's right. Pain is truth.
That meme was that meme was so good. By the way, quick non sequitur. The onion stuff these days they're doing with InfoWars, mint choice. Perfect. Anyway, continuing on. I like the design of Donkey Kong. It's neither here nor there. The Star Fox stuff I also do like because, like Noah said, it is interesting. I think them remaking Star Fox 64 again is crazy.
Yeah.
And it shows a real design, like they're just so bankrupt in their ideas here.
Yeah.
I kind of don't know what to make of it. I don't know how you guys feel. Slade, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I know with like the gameplay loop of Star Fox, there's only so much you can do, but you can spice it up a little bit, man. Like
I don't know. I don't know if that's true. You could do more. I feel like you could do more.
You can do. That's what I'm saying. Is you can do more. Like they don't need to remake the same game for the fourth time.
Yeah.
They tried making a new game. You know what happened? Star Fox Zero. That's what happened when they tried to make a new game.
But Star Fox Zero is also another remake with some new stuff. Yeah. It's a remake of 64 with some added stuff. That's what that is. And that's what this is going to be. So what they like to do, and they're like, oh, one day Star Fox is going to be this big thing. We're going to remake it again for a new audience. And then and only then will you get a new Star Fox game that is not that. This time we're gonna remake Star Fox 2. How about that? It's just a board game on a SNES. How about that? That's what Star Fox 2 is.
Let us live in a post-Andros world, please. I beg you.
Yeah, you can't do it. It's like losing Wesker. He's gonna show up again.
Must kill Andros.
Yeah. I just want to hear Andros talk about 7 minutes, though. That's kind of where I'm at.
This is all I have
Yeah.
to spare for Canaria.
Corneria. Yeah. Okay, so I'll talk about it a little bit. I guess that's a good time to talk about. I played a little bit of the 3D 3DS remake of 64, and this isn't the game block, but that line that was it Pigma? He goes like, "That reward is all mine." Like that was in my head consistently at work, like
Oh no.
maybe a week ago, and that's
Yeah.
all I said. So I would come home just absentmindedly saying that to myself. My wife's like, "What is wrong with you? Are you okay?"
That
That
reward
what
was
reward?
all
Who's the
mine.
what reward? Yeah, that reward is all mine. And she was like, "If you
Do-
say it again, I'm probably going."
Does
to
he not? Does he not say that in one of the trailers for the new one?
Does he? I
He
don't actually
might.
know. I don't remember. I don't remember.
There was several trailers, especially like the Japanese trailers. There were several, but
Okay. Yeah. I think I'm open minded to it. It looks fun. I like a Star Fox. I just wish it was different Star Fox, but it'll look good. It'll play well. I'll get it. It's $50 too. It's a good budget title. So little bit of that. Star Fox is interesting. I think a couple of us might get that and play it. So yeah, that's kind of the big news before actual summer games come out. I expect by this time, this pod next time, well, we might have some news on when games are going to be shown. So maybe we talk about that next time. We'll kind of figure out how it goes. But we're on the precipice. Like summer games are coming. I think
Yeah.
last year, Noah, when we did like our coverage of a bunch of games, it was like a 4-hour show. So I'll try to be more choosy, but there's a lot of fun video games I'm interested in coming out. But yeah, let's talk about some real games. How about that? And let's start
Deal.
going around the horn with our guest Slade, as always.
Of course.
To kick off the game block, you've been experiencing the game that is Tomodachi Life, Living the Dream for the
Yes, sir.
Switch. What do you think about that?
It is really, really good. It's
Okay.
Tomodachi fans have been genuinely waiting forever since the one on the 3DS came out, and I'm not gonna say it necessarily lives up to all of my dreams personally, but it's pretty dang good still. I have been sinking a lot of hours into it. My wife has sunk so much into it that she started a new island just because there's nothing to do
Oh.
in the do nothing game anymore. But yeah, for those that don't know, it's Tomodachi Life Living the Dream. It's a sequel to Tomodachi Life on the 3DS. It's you make Miis, you send them out onto this little island instead of apartments like in the 3DS, and you just watch them walk around. It's like virtual sea monkeys, basically. And it's a good time. Nintendo has definitely noticed that people love to customize their Miis as much as possible. And as consoles get better, they've been adding more features. And in this one, you can straight up just like draw on the Mii, and there's been some crazy creations that people have made.
Yeah. It's not a sequel to Tomodachi Life. It's another Tomodachi Life. It's just
yeah,
entry, right?
you can't really have a sequel. It's like Sims 1, Sims 2, stuff like that.
Right. They're just going to add more features, just like you said, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
Unfortunately, a couple of like fan favorite features got taken out. Like there's a music hall in Tomodachi Life for the 3DS.
Yeah.
That was like the best thing ever. It's not in here anymore. A lot of people are sad about that. There's a couple others, but they're not quite as big as the music hall.
Yeah, I heard that they're missing some key features. Like, I don't think you can share your creations, right? Which is kind of a bummer.
So you kind of can.
Okay.
You can do it locally. You have to connect switches locally, and then you can send something. But you cannot send sent things to other people. So if you send me a Mii, I cannot send that Mii to Noah, as well as any other creations. Because you can make like you can make treasures in the game to give your Mii, and they'll like interact with it. You can design your own pets, design your own food. You can design pretty much anything and everything in this game. The islands, the buildings, the layouts,
Mhm. Get your enemy to worry about you the way Nintendo worries about what you will do with an internet connection. Like, for real. It's
literally, to be
actually crazy, like, how much they hamstring people. It's nuts to me.
I kind of get it. They don't want to be known as the company that lets people send me's with the word penis written on their face, it's
But that's fun, though. That's what they
it's
know people will do.
fun. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. It's just it's really funny to me. They made an uncensored video game, and then they go like, "You can have fun with this in your house. If you send it out anywhere, you'll die." It's really funny.
I mean, they don't
Um,
Die.
prosecute people for like putting it online.
no, no, but
They're,
they also don't enable you. They
that's
say,
the
"Hey,
point.
basically, I have a weed hookup, but I'm not gonna show you where he lives."
Well,
Like, that's
the
kinda
the
what
way
they
they
do.
did it is kind of brilliant though, because then they can have you let you have unlimited customization without any of the liability. A lot of the issues they ran
True.
into in the 3DS era was people would send kids, and the in the DS era would people would send kids like all sorts of things, and like they would
Mhm.
there was a huge like uh like panic around the DS Picto chat because people would
Mm,
sit in places in like public places and wait for kids to connect to the Picto chat, and then they would send them all sorts of stuff on the Picto chat. For instance, like
Oh yeah.
the Nintendo's
wow.
dealt with that thing forever, and I think they finally decided like, hey, there's no way we can possibly moderate this in a decent way. We're just gonna do it to where no restrictions, but no connection. People will figure out how to share this stuff on their own, and they have. It's really not hard to
Yeah.
share the stuff. So
Yeah, it is a wonder and then kind of a marvel that it is an uncensored video game. You can do whatever in this
yes,
game pretty much.
Mhm.
Um, and I kind of commend them that they still allowed that. This current
Yeah.
version of Nintendo that is very locked down, legalistic, and extremely careful about its image.
Nintendo's
You
always
know,
been like that.
um,
So
they have been, but even more so lately. They've been very
yeah,
buttoned up recently, especially with the high profile talent leaving or retiring. Like, they want to create this iron curtain of like, hey, this is Nintendo. You cannot mess with us, and that they having a game in that climate that is like this is fairly interesting to me personally. um I personally, it's an academic personal feeling I have. I'm interested in it academically. I don't think I want to play this game, so I'm glad you have brought it, Slade, because I like hearing about people's time with it. I just don't think I would get much out of it myself,
Yeah.
but
No, that is fair. And it's not for everybody. I'm first to admit that. I'm not gonna be like everybody needs to play this game. But if you just need a good time waster game, good game to get you to bed, this is literally the perfect game.
yeah, I just don't do with a lot of games that are like, "Hey, make your own fun." I want you to give me some set of goals, some sort of thing, and maybe this has some like progression or something like that. But I'm very, I don't know. I see a creation suite and I kind of get a little locked up on that stuff. You know what I mean?
Mhm. That makes sense. No, yeah.
So, Noah, you mentioned you're not interested in this thing either. What kind of drew you from it?
uh, from Tomodachi Life, I just
Yeah, did you play the first or not? Not really.
no, I don't
Okay.
play these sort of things either. I'm not really a make your own fun sort of thing. I've watched a lot of like video clips online of this thing. It seems interesting for
Mhm.
people who like generating those things. It's a good tool for generating entertainment and generating content, but I'm not really in the business of doing that, so I'd rather just not engage with it really.
Yeah, I get you. It is fun to hear anecdotally. I like
Mhm.
enjoying anecdotes. So yeah, Slade, let's hear a couple of your anecdotes. What some of the funnier things that have happened on a couple of your islands?
Yeah, there's so ever so often, since Mii's aren't restricted to their apartments anymore, like in Tomodachi Life 1, um, they wander around the island. So you have a free camera and you can zoom in on the Miis and follow them around. And occasionally funny little scenes will happen where they'll be interacting with other Miis on your island, or little things with like maybe some creations that you have made will happen, like uh one where they're getting like stalked by some of like a random creation that you've made, and then it'll like jump scare when they run back home. I think something that's really funny is Mii's fall in love extremely quickly in this game for some reason. In the 3DS
Mhm.
version, it took like a month for even one single Mii to be like, I think I might like this person. But in this game, there will be. I made a Mii of the Chud meme. First thing he does as soon as he sees a woman is like, oh my gosh, she's so beautiful. Hasn't interacted with anybody else. And later he ends up like, she's kind of boring. I don't think I'm in love with her anymore.
That's good. That's good.
It's
There's
it's
some
it's
there's
a
some good bits in there.
oh yeah. They got plenty of funny things, and the dreams are always absurd and funny and but like Noah said, the best entertainment source you're gonna get is from streamers that have those more creative minds, that have those like maybe characters amongst their known streams that people enjoy, and they get to put them on the island, and you know, everyone gets to interact amongst each other.
Mm.
I
Yeah,
follow-
sorry, Noah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I follow this one content creator on YouTube that they post a ton of like YouTube shorts of their island, and their island is just all Zenless Zone Zero characters interacting. It's really funny.
That is funny. I'm a big Giant Bomb person. I bring it up from time to time. They are doing a series currently called "Marry Me Tomodachi," where they get all the people that work there on an island, and they they marry everybody off in fun ways. For it was the original. It was the 3DS game, which is funny. The first Tomodachi Life, but yeah, there's a good series on that I enjoy. It's always been an extremely fun game to witness, I will say.
Oh
So.
yeah.
Yeah. Any finishing touches on the Tomodachi Life Slade that you'd like to bring up?
I will say at first I was apprehensive to the limited sharing of Mii's and items and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, after the game has come out, I think it was definitely the best choice. Not only because the game can be uncensored and stuff, but for this fact of you get to see everyone's different like personalities in their creations. You can see two Mii's of the same character and they're gonna look very different. And I think this game is a really good creative output. If you're looking for any sort of like creative output, you don't want to get into drawing, you don't want to get into like making music. Tomodachi Life, Living the Dream is really, really good because I've been pouring some creativity into it and a lot of effort that I usually don't put into games, and
Yeah,
it's a good time. Good time.
very good. Very good. Awesome. I'm glad we have regular contributor Slade to tell us about this video game. That's why we
Of
brought you
course.
here to
Of
talk
course, of
about
course.
that. But yeah, guys, let's get really down to brass tacks here. Okay. Noah has Croc in the background on his PlayStation 1 on his CRT. I hear tell about some badass, really awesome European lore that has to do with Croc. Can you guys illuminate me on what the hell that even is?
Uh, yeah.
Let me introduce it real quick. Croc is an Argonaut game. Argonaut made Buck Bumble, and they went and made a Croc video game that's got
Yeah.
a Croc in it. That's all I know about Croc. Go
Well,
ahead.
it's actually called Croc Legend of the Gobbos. Get it right?
Yeah,
Gobos.
you
Oh,
poser, you
okay.
tourist.
Yeah, the Gobbos
Yeah,
are like little like
real.
brown guys.
Uh, maybe talk
You
about
want
the
to
lore,
elaborate on that one a
Noah.
little bit
Let's talk about
better, there, buddy?
no. Let's talk about the
Um,
lore. Because the lore hopefully will illuminate Croc and not the little brown guys.
Hey, don't mess with my Gobbos, dude. They're awesome.
For the audio audience, he is looking through the booklet
I am.
to identify this lore, this hot lore.
Yeah. So
Noah has the internet at his disposal, but he's refusing to do that, and he's choosing to go analog for this. So, just for the audience,
well, because this is where the lore is. I don't know where it is on the internet. I
it's
know
on the
it's
internet too. I bet. I bet you it's
I
on
bet
the
it
internet as
is,
well.
but I own the book and I've read the booklet, so that's where I'm getting the lore.
Fair enough. Go ahead. What you got?
All right. So basically, I'll make a long story short, right? So
No, I want the long story. Give me the long
you
story
don't want
long.
the long story. It's pretty long.
it's so long. It's
Dang,
actually so
dang,
ridiculously
Yeah.
long.
dang.
It's like 5 pages. Yeah. But basically, these Gobo guys, right? They're chill, and then they've got this weird thing where they like to so let me get the explanation for this. So here's some weird Croc lore, right? At the start of each year, the Gobo High Priestess will announce the kitchen utensil that, when put down their pants, would bring good luck. Gobos took this very seriously, although some began to question the practice during the year of the electric can opener.
Okay, that's an interesting table setting.
And let's not forget King Rufus the Intolerant.
Oh, how could we?
People far and wide had heard of King Rufus the Intolerant and feared him for his name alone. Of course, the Gobos knew his full name was King Rufus the Lactose Intolerant, and therefore only feared him after a big bowl of cottage cheese.
Continue.
Real lore. This is real lore to a real video game.
I'm just taking it in, guys.
All right. This is a good one. This is a good one. Okay, so the Gobos weren't the sharpest pins in the cushion, but were they lovable?
Yeah, no
You
shit.
bet. So lovable that they would often keep each other as pets.
Is this some fetish they have for each other?
I don't know. I don't know.
They're
Is there
just so lovable.
contract?
They're so lovable.
They're so lovable. We love just like weaponizing slavery on our kin. It's very fun for us. Oh my god.
Peering inside, they saw a baby crocodile. Naturally, they assumed he must be.
Now we're getting to the Croc.
Yeah,
must
now we're
be
talking about
the
Croc.
early leader in the annual midget crocodile basket race.
Oh my god.
Let's see. Where's
I'm still trying to get my head around what was just said to me.
All right. This is a good one. And thus,
Oh
a
my god.
time of great joy reigned in Gobo Valley. Croc was healthy, King Rufus was happy, and his subjects hadn't had so much fun since the year of the 3-minute egg timer.
It's like the ancient text, like I'm supposed to know what the hell they're talking
The
about.
year of the 3-minute egg. Remember, I just explained the thing where they choose a
They shove kitchen utensils down their pants.
I still don't know what that means. I still don't know what that means.
They're
Noah.
putting
Noah,
a
I don't know
3-minute.
what that
The
means.
Gobos are getting freaky with the kitchen utensils. That's what it means.
I guess.
They're putting the egg timer down their pants.
I don't know what that means for me though. Like I don't
Do
know
you
how
not
to
know
take
what
it.
an egg timer is?
You know what?
Oh yeah,
Do you know what happens? Do you know what happens when the timer goes off?
Yeah.
The Gobos
Yeah,
go off.
so what-
That's what happens.
Continue.
All
I think I'm just so bewildered. I have nothing to say.
All right.
Noah is perusing the hot
Rufus
book for lore.
looked at Croc. You're our only hope. Before he could say anything, Beanie spirited Croc away in a shower of magical sparklies, just as Baron Dante snatched up the king in his iron hand.
Baron Dante is the main villain of Croc, for those unaware.
Mm-hmm.
I think everyone's unaware, Slade. We haven't even talked about the game. I think we're all actually in the dark about
We're
this.
talking about the lore.
This is like reading a Star Wars crawl without having seen any part of those movies. You're like, sure, this sounds like this could happen in this movie. Haven't seen it yet.
That's about it for the Croc lore.
Oh, I was wanting more, Noah. Where can I find this hot lore? Is it in Croc, the Legend of the Gobbos?
Yeah, it's in the instruction booklet. You won't find this in the game. You have to read the instruction booklet.
Oh wow, they destinied it. They put all their hot lore in a book you gotta buy.
They did.
Yep, for them.
Yep,
that's
well,
so funny.
If you bought the game from your store back in the day, it'd come with the lore because it's in the instruction booklet. So
I have a question. Did you play any of this video game, Noah?
I did
Or did
quite
you
a bit
just
of
read
it.
this?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I'm about
Now that
halfway
we
through.
have, I was going to say, now that we have this table setting, how does that make you feel about your time with Legend of the Gobbos?
It's pretty all right. I like it pretty all right.
Oh my god.
Decent game.
I feel like I just got like flashbanged, and I don't quite know how to proceed.
It's weird lore. It's really weird lore. That
Yeah.
whoever wrote that, like, I don't know. They just wrote whatever they wanted, and then they're like, yeah, okay, that's good enough. We'll ship it.
Yeah.
They're just on copious amounts of whatever drug they of their choice.
Yeah.
They're on their.
They were going to put
copious amounts.
egg timers down the pants, and they were going to birth a big crocodile, and we're going to go
keep each other's pets.
make a video game. We're going to make a video game, and then a series. It's going to be the biggest thing in the world. Croc, you never heard of Croc? Croc, I love Croc. Oh, God.
We need a Croc revival like Bubsy 4D. That's what I
think
say.
so.
I really don't think we do, because you know what they're going to do? Expound on the lore, and I don't know if I could take it.
Take more Croc lore?
I'm pretty sure I can't take more Croc lore.
This
Yeah.
guy doesn't know how to have fun with a 3-minute egg.
I
timer, that's
guess
all I'm
not,
saying.
but I also would like to retain what little sanity I have left after that.
The Croc lore taught me all about 3-minute egg timers.
Noah read that like that was an ancient tome as well. He was like, "Get a load of this shit."
It kind of is though. I mean, it's an old game.
Okay, I'm tired of talking about Croc. Slade, do you have anything to talk about when it comes to Croc, or are you just wanting to have input on the lore?
Dude, I've not played this game. I've seen Noah play it. It looks really bad. There's a reason it wasn't successful.
It's fine.
It-
jump.
it's-
You collect things sometimes.
It's some mid-tier platforming with a slippery crocodile. He is very slippery.
He's very
A slippery
Yeah,
crocodile.
and he's
Wow.
greased up. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Okay, now
it
we
looks fine.
have to move on.
Okay.
Oh my god.
That
I want to hear about
straw
your.
that broke the
I
camel's
don't want to
back.
hear about your slippery crocodile anymore.
That's
I'm not going to hear it.
crazy. He just like he controls like a banana peel. Like he's hard
Yeah.
to like get to land on the platform.
Everywhere is an ice level.
Yeah, yeah. And then when you get to the
Ooh.
actual ice area, it's like times 5. Like
Nice. Nice. They just whatever that slider was, they just put it up a little bit higher. That's great.
The way his physics are, I don't know if you can kind of see it in the background, but he drops so quickly that any jump you make, you have to be like sure you've lined it up correctly and you're giving him the exact amount of like momentum to get to the jump, because he will just come plummeting down just as soon as you're at your height of your jump. He just instantly will like come plummeting down. He doesn't have a very floaty jump at all. It's like he's like the foil to Yoshi. Like Yoshi does like the flutter jump. Croc does the I'm going to fall immediately jump.
I will say to the audience, everything that I've learned about Croc tonight has been against my will. So I'm just letting everybody know that.
Now the audience has learned it against their will too, and now the audience.
Yeah, I mean,
they can tell us.
I'm gonna be real.
How much they enjoyed the Croc lore.
I'm gonna be real.
I did.
You know, it's gonna be Cam, and Cam's gonna be like, I don't know about this, man.
I don't know about this.
I think Cam's gonna be like actively upset that we've talked about Croc lore here tonight.
No, he'll enjoy it, and then he'll go out and play Croc.
You know, he'll say something like, I had a roommate that was a Croc once, and I'll be like, is that right, Cam? I didn't know that about you. Now I do.
And then he'll be like, yeah, it was Noah.
He's like, was it a roommate or did I date them? And we're like, oh, Cam, you're an interesting guy.
It was
anyway, let's talk about a real video game. I beat Battle Chef Brigade. It is delicious and dungeon by way of Top Chef. I talked about it in the last podcast. It's a good game. It took me about 10 hours. It was really fun. I really liked it. It's a really, really good match 3. Noah got it on sale, I think, recently too. It's just a really good, fun, clean time. Like I've done enough table setting on it. I recommend the thing. It's kind of like a little bit of a check-in, honestly. But by the time the game wraps, like they take that match 3 conceit and they do so much with it. Like it feels like they stretched every possible angle of it, of the concept. And I think it really works. The characters are super fun. You play as Mina for like the first half of the game, and then you play as Thrash or like Orc Buddy for like the last half, and it's just a really good fun game. It's a shame Adult Swim is not publishing video games anymore because they did a lot of good stuff. But Trinket Studios, the people who made it, are still around. So I recommend that thing. I beat it on Switch. That was like the way to play it. It was kind of my like wind down game for the night or weekend game. I just put a couple hours here and there. Yeah, it sounds great. Like there's really good voice acting in that thing. If you're looking for like a pretty low impact visual esque novel, it's kind of perfect for that. Visual novel with some fun match 3 mechanics. So I recommend that thing. But yeah, just a little check in about that. Wanted to report my progress since I opened that book last time. But
Adult Swim couldn't stay afloat.
You guys have been
Good
playing
point.
some Archipelago. You guys have been playing Archipelago now that we're talking about bodies of water. Slade's played Chibi-Robo, and Noah has played Dark Souls 2 with random equipment. How did this work? I'm so fascinated in Archipelago. I really am. How did this work for you guys? Like,
So
did you play it? Did you play concurrently? Is that kind of what happened here?
kind of. We had a lot of people with a lot of different time zones, unfortunately.
Okay. Yeah.
We also had a lot of people playing roguelikes for some reason, as if,
Oh.
they aren't already randomized enough.
Right. That's funny. Chibi-Robo is one of Slade's favorite. First off, why'd you pick Chibi-Robo, and set the stage for why you like that game?
So I chose Chibi-Robo. I haven't played too many video games. I get pretty stuck on multiplayer slop. And so it's one of the few games that I actually know, because you kind of need to know those games like the back of your hand to really be able to play on Archipelago. And it is one of the few games I know like the back of my hand. But yeah, I mean, Chibi-Robo is just always a good time. You just launch up a playthrough. I've played that game since I was a kid, put in hundreds of hours when I didn't even know what I was doing in that game. And now I can beat it in like, I think like 30 minutes or so if I
Oh.
really try. Yeah.
Mhm.
It's a good time, but yeah, you want to take your time with the game. You got to savor it. Chibi-Robo is a game you got to savor and really enjoy the flavor of. And the Archipelago, it made it fun. I've never played Chibi-Robo where you didn't have all your starting equipment before. So it was a nice little challenge run for the first beginning till I very quickly got all the stuff I needed to beat the game. The way they randomize to just have more items in all the games, because there's not very many essential items in Chibi-Robo, is all the junk that you pick up will send items to other people.
Right.
So that was a pretty clever way of doing it. So yeah.
Gotcha. It's a Chibi-Robo. That's a favorite of yours. Noah, how did that look like for you, the Archipelago for Dark Souls 2? Because it was a little. You were also doing random equipment. How did that whole thing shake out?
Yeah, so yeah, and whenever I'd pick up equipment or other people could pick up equipment for me, my equipment would change. Like whenever I'd pick it up, it would change to whatever I just picked up. And so if it was a helmet, I'd equip that. If it was armor, I'd equip that. But if it was a weapon, I'd equip it and I'd start using it.
Crazy.
And yeah, there's not a lot of ways to get upgraded equipment in that game without like upgrading it yourself. So I never came across any actual upgraded equipment during my playthrough. I was just using unupgraded stuff. Because it's like there wasn't really much point in upgrading when somebody would just get a collectible and I just lose my weapon. So I just didn't bother.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. So I guess why Dark Souls 2? I know you love that game, but why Dark Souls 2 and why randomly generated? What kind of drew you to that?
Because I wanted to play Dark Souls 2 again.
Fair. Good reason. Yeah, good reason.
It's just kind of fun when you're just running around and you kind of need to pick up a lot of the items that you'd otherwise kind of skip because those aren't, the right items for those locations. Like if you know all the item locations, you can just kind of go to them, but you still have to pick all of them up now because it's just random stuff, and it could be stuff for anyone's game, not just your own game. So kind of makes the game play quite a bit differently in that way.
Mhm.
And the random
Gotcha.
equipment just kind of added some extra challenge that the boss fights need because that game's really easy. Like the boss fights in that thing are the easiest in the series, pretty substantially. So,
Yeah, I hear there's a lot of
challenge.
BS in Dark Souls 2, though. Is that not the case? Like, not a lot of BS in that thing?
There's a lot of BS in the level design, I would say, and a lot of that is in Scholar of the First Sin. But the boss
Mm.
fights themselves are usually pretty easy, especially given that you can just have life gems that just you can buy for cheap and they stack up to 99. You can buy 99 of them, just have a stack of them,
Mhm.
and just heal as much as you want, really. So,
Gotcha. Yeah, Noah's a big Dark Souls 2 guy. That's his thing.
Mm.
It's his favorite game if you ask him some days. Some days it's not, but some days it is.
Yeah.
He likes Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2 is his favorite. It's his favorite Dark Souls game, right? I mean, you like it more than 1 and 3.
No, I think I like 1 a bit more.
Really? Okay. I always thought that you preferred 2.
I
Maybe
go back and
I
forth,
guess I'm wrong.
but I think I like 1 a little
Right.
bit more.
Like I said, depends on the day, right?
Yep.
Makes sense. But yeah, besides Dark Souls 2, you went back and played Dark Souls 1?
Yeah. I started playing Dark Souls 1 again, and I'm like, man, I think I like this
Why
way
not?
better than Dark Souls 2.
You're comparing it again. That's
Yeah,
fun. That's
yeah.
that's a good that's a good thing to do. So this time you're also playing Dark Souls 1 differently. What are you doing differently this time?
My favorite like Dark Souls mod, one of my favorite mods in like of all time in gaming, Scorched Contract.
Mhm.
I love that thing. It doesn't I feel like a lot of like Dark Souls mods miss the vision of what Dark Souls is, and they just kind of put the player's vision for what like the Dark Souls world should be into the game. And that's fine, whoever's making the mod, they can do that, right? But I prefer, FromSoft and Miyazaki's vision for Dark Souls and what Dark Souls should be. And Scorched Contract is basically just a pure vanilla plus sort of mod that really all it's doing is just adding extra challenge on top of the original Dark Souls game, while also spicing up a few like boss fights here and there. So
Gotcha.
it's been fun. I was playing like a quality build, and then I got through Blighttown, and I was like, I'm getting kind of like samey-itis. Like I felt like I was just kind of doing the same thing that I always do. So then I restarted, and I started up a magic build so I could like do something a bit differently.
Mhm.
So I've been having fun with the magic build that I've been running through. I'm in the painted world right now. Actually, I haven't done
Oh,
Ornstein
yeah.
Snow yet, but I decided to take a detour into the painted world to try and get some levels before Ornstein and Snow, because the Ornstein and Snow fight in Scorched Contract is a little funny.
Mm.
I don't remember exactly how it goes, but you basically after beating Ornstein and Snow, I think what happens is you have to fight both the powered up form of Ornstein and Smo at the same time, if I remember
Oh
right.
dear.
So
Mm.
after you like go through the whole battle, basically you have to fight them again one more time. But this time when one dies, like the other doesn't go away. So
Dang. Yeah, I Ornstein Smo, that is like the check of that game. And to hear that is harder is something. I don't know if I
it's
would
fun.
be able to stomach it personally.
Oh no, it's not too bad. It's pretty fun.
Noah is a masochist. He loves pain.
Not really.
So
No, it's
he
quite
was
fun.
fighting the iron for those that played Dark Souls and know it. He's fighting Iron Golem, right? I was watching him play, and they do a really nasty thing where they put snakes on top of the towers in the distance, and they just hurl lightning at you. And I'm like, oh boy, that's mean. And they're like deadly accurate. Sucks. That sucks so
It was
bad.
funny. I just figured out like, oh, I could kill one with magic, and then the other one I can just get outside of his like aggro range, and as long as I keep out of his aggro range, he just stop shooting lightning at me. So I was able to work around it. The Iron Golem fight itself was pretty unchanged. I was just doing really poorly.
Mhm.
I'm also not. I'm using like a katana. I'm just not really used to that weapon. But
Yeah.
I was.
Yep. Noah likes hard video games. He likes hard video games, like Stroker for the Commodore 64. Anyway, let's talk about some more video games, shall we? After the Dark Souls bit, I always love hearing about Archipelago. So fascinating to me, that entire project. One of these days, I'll get in there and play something that I know pretty intimately, and we can go from there. Um, yeah, some updates on some games, just some quick little hits that I have. Just been picking away at VA11 Holiday. I really am taking my sweet, sweet time with it. I just really like that game. Its vibe, its characters. I just play a day every once in a while and just kind of curl up into bed and serve drinks and save lives, whatever she says, Jill says. Mixed drinks and saves lives, right? Is that
Change
that was the
lives.
quote?
Mixed drinks and
Change lives. Yeah, yeah. No, Jill's a great character. Everyone else is great too. Um, I'm just after like no, I'm just after like the bombing of the bank or whatever, or the bank heist or whatever it is. I'm just after the whole White Knights issue that they have.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fun characters coming in and going like, "Oh, did you hear what happened?" and all this stuff. So,
Yeah.
I think visually, I like the cat girl a lot, like the red cat
Oh,
girl.
Stella.
What's her name?
Stella.
Stella's so cool. There's something like I have that awesome CRT filter on, and it looks great. But like especially with her, like they did a lot of sprite work with her, and it just looks really nice. Every time she pops up, I'm like, I don't want to advance her dialogue because she's so visually appealing, in the game's like design, you know.
Yeah,
So it's pretty cool.
they have a funny term for that like race. They're called cat boomers.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Funny.
and it's they basically did the like that whole thing. She's basically a human, right? But they
Right.
genetically modified her to prevent nanomachine rejection in like the fetus sort of
Mm,
stage, and that's
mm.
how she ended up as a cat boomer basically.
Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, she was alluding to that a little bit in the time I was talking to her.
Yeah.
But they didn't get into full specifics quite like that. But that's cool. Yeah. Cool world, cool characters. I am really excited for 45 Power Bellum. I think that's gonna be really sick. So
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
that's their next game.
I wonder if that has too. I don't know if that has too much ties to Valhalla, but
No, probably not. But I like Sukuban. They're cool. They're a
mhm.
cool studio. So yeah, little update on VA11 Holly. But maybe
Yeah.
the most successful recommendation Noah's given me. I really like that game a
Yeah,
lot.
it's a
So
cool game. Jill is like one of my top like characters of all time for sure. So
mhm. Yeah. I like Jill and Dana's relationship.
it's
Um
fun.
it's weird. It's like it's like platonic, but they kind of flirt a little bit. It's weird. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, I
It's
think
it's
Jill
not too
definitely
odd, but
like has like a girl crush sort of on Dana,
yes. Yes,
but
she
I don't
does. I don't think it's reciprocal.
I
Yeah.
don't think so either. No. Similarly, I
Dana
think Elma has some sort of girl crush on Jill, but I also
Alma
don't think
definitely does.
that's
Yeah.
reciprocal.
Well, Alma's kind of a hoe. Like that's kind of her
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
It kind of gets around a lot, and Jill makes fun of her for it.
Slade, you gotta
Um,
finish reading this thing. This thing's so good.
oh
I
yeah,
know. I
V11.
need to get
Yeah,
through it. I'll
V11
have to
Holly, dude.
restart it. But yeah.
Yeah.
It's so breezy, man. Like I'm not pushing myself to finish it. I'm just enjoying it as it comes. And I kind of don't want it to end,
Yeah.
honestly. I know it's like a 18 or 20 day thing, and I'm at
Yeah.
like day 10, and I'm kind of bummed about that, you know? Um, yeah, it's one of my favorite indie visual novels I've played for sure.
Yeah, one of my
It's really
favorite
good. It's really good.
like gaming memories is just coming home from working a late shift at Walmart, and
Hmm.
I just came home, made a bowl of ramen, and just sat down. Might have had like a beer, and just
Yeah.
playing the 11 hallway at like 1 o'clock in the morning or something stupid, or later than that, for like 2 o'clock in the morning. So
That's so evocative. I like it when you bring that memory up because it just really paints a picture of like the climate they want you to play that game in. Because they're very clear about that. They're like, sit down,
Yep.
take your time, pop open a drink, and enjoy this game.
Yep.
They literally say that at the beginning of it, and I like that a lot. So Slade, you've played this thing then? I didn't know that.
Just I played a bit of it. It was, I think, before I even had like my PCs, when I was just playing on a gaming laptop. I did get through some of it. It was good. It was an enjoyable time. I just wasn't in the mood for like a visual novel. But the next time I am in the mood for one, I will
Yeah,
restart it and I will play through it.
yeah, go back to that. Yeah, it's definitely worth it. Absolutely.
No, yeah. It
Yeah.
definitely seemed like something tragic was like just about to happen right where I had left
Mhm.
off. And I was like, oh,
Yeah, right.
uh-oh.
Yeah, Noah and I have been kind of swapping some games this year. And but that one by far is the one I've liked the most. So
Hmm.
um yeah, I'm really, really excited about that thing. Some Fire Emblem Three Houses update. I chose Golden Deer. That's what my path's gonna be. Um I'm really liking that thing. I think I'm just into chapter 2 right now. So just taking that thing pretty much as it comes. I want to play more Persona, but like Fire Emblem, of the big backlog games I want to get to this year, Fire Emblem is kind of lighting a fire underneath me because of the new one coming out. I kind of want to get that thing done and like play that thing. Um, Even more than Persona at the moment. And like Saros was my PS5 game as well. So I kind of had that and Fire Emblem a little bit. I'm bouncing around. And playing two long RPGs kind of side by side. I'm like, eh. I'll definitely come back to Persona 5, but it's just I'm more motivated to play Fire Emblem now for some reason. Maybe that's crazy, but my goal of beating that and Final Fantasy X still is something I want to do this year, but we'll see how that goes. But yeah, more Fire Emblem Three Houses. That game is still great. Nothing's changed. I probably won't bring it up again for a bit unless I played something pretty extensive. That way, Noah and I can talk about it at least. But Slade, you have experience with that too, right? You played Fire Emblem Three Houses, right?
Yeah. I went with the Black Eagles, I think they are.
Oh, did you really?
Yep.
That's actually kind
That
of
was
the
that
least
was
picked, right?
um people say it's the worst route out of the three. They're all good, but just like the lesser of the highs. I personally liked it. I had never finished Golden Deer or the other one. I did finish the DLC. The DLC was really fun. Um, I just loved Edelgard's route. I thought it was cool. I thought she was pretty justified. Of course she did some things wrong. They all do, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it was a good time. I need to finish the toothpaste Fire Emblem game, but I do want to do the other houses.
Colgatea. There you go.
Colgatea, yeah.
you don't need
Yeah.
to
Every
you
time
don't
no
need to finish Engage. You're all good.
You know that game's back because even Noah, as the Fire Emblem guy, does not recommend that thing at
Yeah,
all in any
that's true.
capacity, which is very funny
The
to me.
gameplay is fine
Um,
in that thing. That gameplay's okay, but it story wise, that thing's just.
I think it's so funny that it's one of the worst ones too because it's from Intelligent Systems. That's really funny to me.
Yeah.
Like those are the Fire Emblem people, whereas the Three Houses was Bondi in association with Intelligent
I
Systems.
don't know if that was Bondi that made Three Houses. Doesn't sound
Are
right.
you sure? I could have sworn it was that. Maybe I'm
Pretty
wrong.
sure it was, yeah.
No,
That
I could
sounds
be
like
speaking out
it.
of turn.
no, that was Koei Tecmo.
Oh, that
Oh,
okay. You know what? I
yeah.
do conflate those two when we talk about this game. We've had this conversation, Noah. You're right about that. Yeah, Koei
But it
Tecmo.
was
Sorry, I
also
knew it was one of
Intelligent
those.
Systems. Intelligent Systems. They
Yeah,
made that thing. It was a collaboration.
I know it was a code dev.
It wasn't just Koei Tecmo.
It's like Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom thing where they work with Monolith Soft. the Xenoblade people. It's very similar to that, where they
Yeah.
co-developed that thing. But yeah, sorry, yeah, I appreciate your correction. But yeah, anyway, that's kind of a little bit of Three Houses. Again, I won't bring it up again until I've played Mark more of it. So, and then finally, the thing I peaked at, I was kind of looking through some PS2 games on some emulator emulators, we'll say. And I came across Shadow Hearts. Shadow Hearts, yeah. Which is a PS2 game, PS2 RPG, Japanese RPG from Midway of all places, which is funny. And it was from a developer I didn't know. But I have to say, I just started it. Like I played maybe 10 minutes of it. Has one of the wildest opening cutscenes you can see in one of these things. So the table setting is this. I won't get too much into this, but I find it interesting. Um, it's it seems to be in like some sort of European country or something like that. But it's you see a newspaper clipping about, oh, a priest gets killed horrifically. And there's like a photo of literal viscera all over this like London cobblestone street, and then it zooms out and onto this train that's going through the English countryside or whatever, this European countryside, and the newspaper. Sorry, I'm kind of getting ahead of myself. The newspaper basically said, "Oh, the priest's daughter is missing" or something, and oh, no one knows where she's at. So it cuts to the train. You see an old man walking along a train, kind of walking from the car to car, and it goes to the final car, and the girl's like laying on the seat, and you're like, oh, that's got to be her, you know. And she's like being protected by these guards. This old dude in this top hat, or bowler hat, I should say, like, and these are like really like PS2 early PS2 graphics. Noah, you would kind of get a kick out of this thing. Um, he's like murdering them, but he's like popping heads and stuff, and there's blood everywhere. There's really cool cinematic angles of it, like how they show him kind of like wreaking havoc in this train car. It's kind of awesome. The beginning of this game. Um, and then you get like this edgelord guy who is his template name is Rude Hero. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this game is gonna be so sick. It's not his real name, but you know they have like the intro name for JRPG characters. This guy's named Rude Hero until you hear his real name. You know, he gets his arm blown off by the dude in the bowler hat. He like reattaches it. I'm like, what is this game? Um, but yeah, you get to like the actual JRPG gameplay, and it's very like Mario, Mario RPG sort of thing, where you like time button presses to like be more successful at a hit sort of thing, or do higher damage. It's like a radial that kind of spins. You gotta hit it in designated zones, color coded zones, which is kind of fun, and it kind of plays like a regular Japanese RPG. Other than that, but yeah, I was like, dang, Shadow Hearts, huh? That thing is crazy to start. Um, yeah, Noah, do you have any familiarity with this thing or not really?
Yeah, a little bit. Kind of remember what this thing is. These are the same people that did Kodelka for the PlayStation.
Oh, Kudelka. I've heard of Kudelka.
Yeah,
I just didn't
yeah.
know that
I
that
know
was them.
Kodelka
I didn't
more than
recognize the
Shadow
developer.
Hearts. Yeah. But I've
Gotcha.
heard of
Yeah.
Shadow Hearts. Yeah, Kodelka is like a PS1. Oh, it's kind of a horror game. It's more of like a survival game. It's a tank control game though.
Oh, you might
Kind
like
of
it.
like a Resident Evil game, but it's
Mhm.
more of an RPG though than like Resident Evil. But
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, that's all my time with Shadow Hearts. I you put a save state up. I put like 10 minutes in, and I was like, "This is really cool. I might come back to this."
yeah,
I was just kind of poking around, and to my surprise, when I put that on, I was like, "Dang, this thing is good impression." You know. So yeah, I
people
love
is
PS2.
better than Kodelka. That's for sure. Kodelka didn't give
They do
good
okay. Yeah,
scores. Yeah, Shadow Hearts
gotcha.
is
And this has a
famous for
sequel. This has a sequel,
it.
one or
Has
two
two
sequels. I think.
sequels. Yeah.
Yeah. So one is Shadow Hearts Covenant, and I forget what the other one is.
Shadow Hearts
Um,
from the New World.
from the New World. All on the PS2,
Yep.
correct?
Yep. All the
Okay.
Shadow Hearts games
Yeah.
are PS2, and the
Used to
Kodelka
get
is
like
PlayStation.
whole series on the same console. Now you gotta wait generation to generation. That sucks.
Yeah.
That's how it's gone.
Give us
But they were
more
also
games with
Mhm.
more focused gameplay. That's what we want.
I'm 100% with you. But anyway, that's my little dalliance with Shadow Hearts. Slade, tell me about Pokemon Champions. Talk about that here.
Yeah, for sure. Pokemon Champions. Okay, so when this game got announced and stuff, I was kind of a hater. Not gonna lie.
You should be.
It seemed like they really were just trying to make their own Pokemon Showdown, knowing Nintendo for the sole purpose of taking down Pokemon Showdown. And then as more information came out about it, it turns out that it's worse Pokemon Showdown, because not every Pokemon's in the game. You have limited space on how many Pokemon you can have. You have to train up your own Pokemon and stuff. There's no just like sliders and stuff like that. It didn't seem like the greatest thing. And I saw when the game first came out, it was extremely, extremely glitchy. Like, it was bad. I saw a clip online to where a Milotic had taken damage from a move, got down to low HP. It was at full, and he used Haze. Haze reverts all stat changes that happen in a turn. And after the Haze was done, the Milotic was back to full health because that was technically a stat change. The game had mistaken that for, yeah. So it was full of quite a lot of bugs, but I kept seeing these absolutely insane Rube Goldberg machines of sets that people are running because of the limited Pokemon pool and the limited item pool and everything. I'm like, okay, I have to try this out. After seeing freaking tiny Gorgeist get used to one-shot Mega Dragonite, I gotta check this game out. And so I did. And it's actually quite a bit of fun. It's doesn't have the greatest frame rate in the world, but you know, you can either transfer Pokemon in through Pokemon Home, or you can. I'm a little scared to say this. I feel like I'm going to get flogged as soon as I say this.
Get him.
There is a kind of gotcha system to get Pokemon.
No!
No.
Slade is never beating the gotcha allegations ever.
So
He's finally playing Pokemon because it's a gotcha game.
Shake my head. Shake my head.
But I've imported my Pokemon, I'll let you know. Thank you very much. Other than the like free pulls the game gives you at the beginning of the game.
Oh,
and you know, it's not as bad as a real gotcha. You just get a random chance to get any of the Pokemon in the game when you use your tickets. You can use special tickets to keep the Pokemon permanently, or to rent them for 7 days, which I don't know why you'd ever do that. You can train the Pokemon however you want. However, instead of just like in Showdown, you move some sliders around, you do have to have points saved up so that way there is some progression in the game. But yeah, no, it's a good time. The majority of the fun I've been having is looking out for just insane sets people are running. I have a little clip of my own to share. I can't put it in the chat or anything, but I was my opponent sent out a Garganacl. I sent out an Aegis Slash. I Swords Dance. I'm like, this is an easy setup. They use Fisher. I'm like, oh, it's Fisher. They missed because it's Fisher. And I'm like, okay, well, I gotta kill him like right now in case that Fisher hits. This guy is running Quick Claw on his Garganacl.
oh no.
And he hits the Fisher and gets the Quick Claw proc in the same turn. And it gave me a good laugh. You gotta know some competitive Pokemon stuff to be like, well, this is a crazy moveset they have for this thing, but it's a good time. It's I haven't played it too religiously, but I like to play it when I'm like, I don't have anything else to play.
There you go. Some Pokemon Champions. So you're here for the gotcha, is what I'm hearing.
I love how the conversation just deflated as soon as I said that that's how you get Pokemon through the actual game.
Never beating the allegations, unfortunately. We held out hope, and yeah, that was dashed like a
I
ship.
gotta
in
have
the-
one. I gotta have one per podcast. Gotta give me that.
Got to. Yeah, you can't stop your drug habit entirely. You got to keep a little bit going.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hey
there
man,
you go.
going cold turkey's bad for your health. Okay.
I can stop whatever I want, Slade says. That's Pokemon Champions. I'm Pokemon Champions curious because I'm Pokemon curious. I like Pokemon.
Mhm.
I had a dark period with Pokemon ZA last year where 70 hours just kind of zip by. And I kind of don't know what happened during that time. I'm gonna be.
I don't even know if you really liked that game.
I don't know if I did either, but I don't remember anything at that point.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it was 70 hours that was just
I
taken
know.
from me.
I had a lot of hours in that thing too, and I don't even think I liked that game.
By the time I was done, I was like, did I enjoy this? And I'm like, I don't know what to think. It literally felt like my brain was hooked up to the video game, and I was like, bah, 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 bah,
And then like a couple months later,
genuinely.
they were like, "Oh, by the way, here's a paid DLC that you can play," and everyone.
And I was like,
"Who?
I'm so good. You don't need to sell me this.
Who wants to play this? Like, who's playing this paid DLC?"
It was
I don't know
so
anyone
bad
who
as
was
well.
playing that.
As far as I'm concerned, a couple things. As far as I'm concerned, that game is completely 100% completed because I did not buy the DLC. Still,
True.
second, I, like you said, didn't know a single solitary soul that bought that thing.
Yeah.
Not one.
Yeah.
So it came out too
It's
soon.
a
Like
Yeah.
right
it's a
after.
roguelike DLC. It's bad.
Don't want it. Don't need it. I don't need to know about your stupid currency that you got going on or your freaking level stuff that you have going on in your rogue.
Level
Like I'm not.
200. Oh boy, you can be level 200.
Oh boy.
You wanna be level
It's
200?
so sparkly. It's so fucking shiny. What the fuck?
Be level
This
200. Come on.
this Excalibur's tail is so big.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like Game Freak's new game, Beast of Reincarnation. Okay, that's my new personality.
Wow.
Actually,
What aren't you special?
Wow.
yeah. Speaking of Beasts, you guys are it's Beasts and Swords. You're playing Rabbit and Steel, both of y'all. Tell me about Rabbit and Steel.
Yeah.
We played like once.
Played it a couple times.
That's
It's-
Slade's also that's his penchant. Playing video games with people one time. His favorite thing.
Hey, sometimes people just don't have good taste, okay?
I would say they finally took you up on your offer, and you're like, I'm not interested anymore. That's what happened. That is so crazy, though. Like everybody picked up FF14, which we'll get to in a bit. But Slade,
Oh,
as
don't
soon as
start.
that happened, no, I'm going to start. All right, you're going to listen. All right, FF14, everybody starts playing that. You know, in the group, as much as 2 or 3 people, whatever. Slade immediately starts playing like some fucking other game. Like I'm going to go play Terraria or whatever Slade does. I'm gonna go look at Uma Musume ladies and not spend money because I promise I don't have a gotcha problem. And Noah's like, well, I was gonna play with somebody, and then he continued to grouse about this every night I got on. Noah's like, Slade's not around again. Wow, can't believe this. He really set me up for failure. Yeah, he's like, yeah, totally. He was like, I paid a full subscription. I paid a full 30 days, and he wasn't here for any of them. I was just like, dang.
For one, I was there for some of it. For two,
For some of it, he says.
I'm sorry that I have a wife and a life.
Me too.
You
I
were
was
playing
there.
it with other people and not telling me. You were playing it behind my back. This.
Get him, seize him.
My
Never
shame.
beating the allegations yet again. Oh my god.
It really do be. It really do be.
Slade is getting it from all sides.
Honestly,
tonight.
that game literally is just a single player game, though disguised as an
It
MMO.
is.
Like
100%.
So much single player content. It's insane.
You don't get to do multiplayer until you beat the several like almost 1,000-hour
Oh, it's not that
long
long.
single player campaign.
It's like probably 300 to 400 hours.
Yeah. Well, if you take your time like me, and you get into 1,000
But
hours,
no
you're like
one
halfway
has
through the
time for
game.
One Piece. Okay, no one's got time for One Piece. Okay,
Well, maybe
all right.
Well, we-
the same amount of time.
for it. But...
Yeah, we only enjoy good media, so there's that.
Holding my tongue. Holding my tongue.
Yeah.
Holding my tongue.
You're the one who
Holding
brought
my
it up,
tongue.
buddy. So.
Holding my tongue.
Anyways, back to Rabbit and Steel, the original topic.
live
we
on
do need
my.
to play more of this thing. I mean, I like playing this.
Oh yeah, no, I
yell at
yeah, I
me
want
whenever you
to.
wanna play it.
It's fun for those that don't know. Rabbit and Steel is a roguelike. But its whole gimmick is its combat is based around MMO combat.
Yep.
It's all you're going against bosses back to back, right? And they'll have their areas. It's like, do not enter here. Make sure you're in here. Be this far apart from each other. Be in here after this mechanic is done.
Yep.
All while you're playing as the titular rabbits of various classes, floating around your screen, and pressing your combos at your right times as the bosses are, doing their things, and you get items after every boss or so. I'll let Noah. He looks like he wants to say something. I'll let Noah go ahead.
No, you're good.
Yeah, and that changes up your build depending on the item. So
Gotcha. Do you guys say I'm hunting wabbits when you guys fight each other?
No,
Is that something?
'cause you're the rabbits. You're not hunting.
yeah.
Yeah, you're hunting wabbits. The other players are wabbits.
Well, you're
No?
No.
teaming up. You're on a team.
Yeah. You
No.
you guys are on. It's an MMO thing. So like you're.
Oh,
Yeah.
so you're united rabbits. So you're hunting with
Yeah.
wabbits.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
see.
And then you're
Yeah.
trying to kill like things that are usually ostensibly not rabbits. Like
Yeah.
spoilers, the final
Mm.
boss is a rabbit, but
So you are hunting rabbits. Why are you?
the final
Why you?
boss is
Yeah.
the boss.
But you're also
No.
hunting mice and dogs and dragons and
Birds.
birds.
Literally shaming me for hunting wabbits, and you hunt wabbits as the final boss. What is this? What is going on?
We
You hunt wabbits.
They just recently released like a pretty substantial DLC that basically doubles the amount of like bosses in the game.
Double the amount of
DLC.
wabbits?
Yeah.
No, just the
Um,
bosses.
And
Well,
they
and I guess
also
there's new
added some new
player
classes and
characters.
things like that. I didn't have all the classes to begin with, so
No, me either.
trying to unlock more classes. They really like to drip feed those, but
It's a very brain hurty game. You cannot play it too long unless you're like deep
Yeah.
in the MMO trenches. Like my brain, after
like
a couple of runs, it feels like someone's taking my brain and going like wringing it out of all of its like juices. It's yeah.
I'm also always
I
trying
like
to
that
decide if
term.
like it's easier with more people or with less people. Like
I
Yeah,
want to use that
it's
term
I don't
though
know.
going forward. I want to have a genre of brain hurty games. That's really good.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's just a Forgotten City, Noah. That's a brain hurty game. It's a joke only we can share.
freaking,
But yeah, Rabbit.
Outer Wilds is also like that.
Yep, brain hurty game. Yep, Yep.
Mhm.
that's so good. Slade, you're an actual pioneer. I rescind everything bad I said about you tonight.
Thank you. Thank you.
Brain hurty. So yeah, Rabbit and Steel. You guys like that thing, huh?
Yeah.
So MMOE, you are hunting with wabbits. There is a rabbit boss, singular rabbit, and you have steel. So you have classes and all that stuff. That sounds fun. That
Mhm.
sounds cool. I've seen this on Steam. I just have not
It's fun.
engaged with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would check it out.
It's
if you
all
get
right.
the chance.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's so hard.
Yeah, but
Mhm.
I mean,
But it's fun.
there's an easy mode that you can play that's not as bad.
Well,
Well,
but then you're bad. So
Oh my
He's-
gosh.
Okay, Noah, should
Yeah.
we do the spiel for him? Should we do the spiel about
No.
easy modes? All right, I'm gonna do the spiel. If you play on easy mode, you're not Babby. You're just playing more video games. There you go.
That's kind of
How do
There
you
you
feel? Yeah, except for Noah. Then he's like, I'm a Babby if I play easy. He doesn't
Well,
want to do
it
that.
depends on the
But-
game. Like, if it's a game I don't
Yeah.
really care about, I'll play it on easy. But if it's something
Right, yeah.
that's like I care about, then I'm like, yeah, I want to play it on like the hardest thing possible. Like, I'm not gonna replay something unless if I'm playing it on like a stupid difficult mode.
Right. So you mean on game journalist mode? Is that what you mean? Yeah. That's
Yeah,
what
I'm
I
not gonna play on game journalist mode unless like
Mhm. I think so.
on a second playthrough. Yeah.
Real. So yes, that's some rabbit and steel. I have been reaching back and playing old video games. The oldest game of all time. I've been playing the original Lego Star
That's
Wars
not that old.
video game. Noah, I hate to tell you, buddy.
Yeah.
That is a
That's old.
21-year-old game.
Okay, that's not that old. There's older games.
Noah. It came
This
out when we were
game can
7.
legally drink.
Yes, it
There's
came out when we
older
were 7.
games and there's older people, right?
That is true, Noah. You're
Yeah,
such a scholar.
I'm pretty sure I got this game like close to release. Like, I saw this game and I'm like, this thing's awesome. I might have played it at like a friend's house or something like that. And I'm like,
You
man,
probably played it with
I
me.
really need to play this game. And so
Yeah.
I ended up getting it for GameCube. And yeah, I fell in love with like that game. Like that original hub world in like was it
Yeah.
Dexter's Cafe or whatever. So
Yeah.
fun.
Talk about liminal spaces and great locations. I'll tell you
Yeah,
what.
that's a
We
good
talked
one.
about that last podcast. That's a good one. Dexter's
I like it better
is
than
it
Moss Eisley
Cafe?
Cantina. Yeah.
Oh, me too.
Yeah, Dexter's
100%. Yeah.
Diner, I think is what it is. But
Dexter's Diner, yes. Dexter's Diner. And he's behind the counter where you can buy the characters. It's great.
Yeah.
Such a great
Yeah.
feel. But anyway, yeah, I beat that thing. I totally forgot how short that thing is.
Yeah.
It's like 2.5, 3 hours.
yeah,
like to
if
do
you're just
the
rushing
whole.
through the story, yeah. Like,
Yeah.
it's so great.
And episode 2 only has 5 levels, which is really interesting. Like 1 and 3 have 6, and 6 is the norm for the Lego Star Wars games. But 2 only has 5. It's kind of interesting.
I can't remember if they added more in Complete Saga or not for 2.
I think they did. I'm pretty sure
I think they did.
did.
Just a couple.
They did add a couple, which is a good change because they add some like they add the speeder case from 2 to that level select, which is a really fun level they added. And they added a lot of like ship combat stuff to the Complete Saga, if I remember. Like you do a bunch of Death Star run stuff with like
The
the
ship combat was really bad.
It's not great. Yeah, that's
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
It's kind of at the point of the thing. It's like every once in a while you'll do a vehicle section. The gunship level for Attack of the Clones is pretty good. That's not bad. When you're on Geonosis, that's not a bad one. Where you're just like trying to just do like a top down shooter segment, that's not bad.
All I can think of when I hear that, and this is kind of a tangent, I had this plug and play that was a Darth Vader plug and play. Do you remember that Darth Vader plug and play power that I had? Do you remember
I remember plug and plays. I don't remember that you had one of those.
I had several of them, and one of them was a Darth Vader one, and it had several like Star Wars themed games, and one of them was like a Geonosis dropship sort of game, like prequel era sort of game.
Yeah.
It was like a top-down shooter type thing, but yeah, that's what you remind me of.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. It's top down.
Yeah.
You kind of scroll back and forth, whatever. But yeah, beating 1, 2, and 3. It's just such a great nostalgia pull for me. Like it's kind of amazing. It's literally like riding a bike with some games. You just know some games so inherently, like they are such a core part of yourself. I kind of was a little emotional about it. Not like weepy or anything, but I was just like, you ever get an emotional thing where you're just like, this had a profound impact on me. Like I more than ever, I am so aware of the fact that like episode 3 was like the event of my childhood. Like in almost every way. Like it was the biggest marketing thing that I was wrapped up in. It was the movie that I thought about the most. It's the movie I saw the most growing up. Like everything that is Star Wars, modern era Star Wars from that time, revolved around episode 3. Like it was kind of like a huge part of our culture almost, you know what I mean? Because they build it as the end of Star Wars. Like that's why it was such a big deal. Even though it's a prequel, it's kind of the middle of Star Wars if you want to be specific for 1 through 6, but like it was just so fascinating to me. Yeah, I really, really dug that thing. I think I mentioned it on here last year. I went and saw it in theaters. That was like a transcendent experience for me watching that in theaters. It's like a full circle moment because I was not allowed to watch it growing up. Like it came out, and I couldn't I couldn't go see it because of the violence in it, right? And I was completely heartbroken by this. Like I remember being actually upset for a long time about it, and I kind of never forget my parents because it was such a big deal to me. And I, like I said, I think I said back then, but I recorded it on TNT when it started airing on TV on a VHS, and I remember watching that VHS until the tape wore out. That's how old we are, Slade. We watched VHS tapes. I don't know if you know what those are.
No,
But
I watch
yeah, it
VHS as
was.
well.
Yeah, I'm just playing.
It's analog.
You're like on the
horror,
cusp of
yeah.
knowing.
No,
Slade's
yeah.
on the cusp of like knowing what VHSs are. Like, I feel like anybody like younger than you, 3 or 4 years, like they're probably not going to know what that.
The kids
Oh,
these
yeah,
days,
no,
they're scared of VHS tapes. They developed a whole genre around it called analog horror.
You
Yeah.
love making that joke so much.
It's so funny.
Yeah.
The kids are scared of VHS tapes. Like, I can just like show a VHS tape. They're like, "Oh, look, it's a VHS tape." Ooh.
Let's let Noah be satisfied with his joke. He's very happy about it. So
He is very happy. you can
look at him
tell.
chuckle Riley to himself.
You know,
Good for him.
my dad
Circle
did
joyfully.
the exact same thing to me the other day. It was like he was reading this article online, and it was like something to do with like the military and how like all of the people in the military developing like all of the plans, like all of the strategy things like that. They were all raised on video games, and he thought that was the funniest thing. He was like,
Yeah.
"Look, the guys making military strategy. They were raised on video games. Isn't that funny?" He was like showing me this. I'm like, "Yeah, that's funny."
Yeah. It's like Ender's Game, but in real life with actual genocide. There you go.
Yeah.
Ender's Game is all about
Yeah.
genocide. But anyway, great nostalgia bit for Lego Star Wars. I really loved playing that thing again. I don't know if I'll go play the second one immediately. I really like that first one just because of all the Dexter's Diner stuff and dude. Once you see these Lego games, like these modern ones, they have so many characters. It is bonkers how many characters they have.
Yeah,
Like it's kind of funny how pared down the roster is in the first one. There's like 25 characters or something. Like maybe more than that, but like it's not that
If
much.
you play complete saga, there's a stupid amount. I never got.
Well, there's a
It is.
stupid amount there, but then you play like Lego Star Wars 3: The Clone Wars, you're like, I don't even know who half these guys are.
Yeah,
You know?
they got like that Skywalker saga game that's like an open
Yeah.
world one too. I don't really.
Yeah.
know it.
I need to play that. I hear that's good. I'm more interested in that new Batman game coming out this year, so I might hold off on checking that out. The old one, Skywalker Saga. But
Yeah.
anyway,
Now,
I
Slade,
digress.
don't look under your pillow. There could be a VHS tape under there. I know that would really scare you.
Ooh, scary. Ooh. If you put it in your VHS, you'll go to the back rooms. Ooh.
Goal.
You think
Goal.
you think that kids these days would be scared of Croc because like there's a lot of like
Yeah.
dark backgrounds and like
Yeah.
weird platforming in Croc?
Yeah, they'd be scared of it
You think
because
Croc is analog horror.
I think
No, I don't.
I don't I genuinely think that kids that modern kids, I know I'm not the oldest person ever, but more modern kids would not have the patience to play Croc because they're like, why does he slide around so much?
I don't.
Well, they wouldn't have
patience
to pay-
play Croc.
They wouldn't have the patience to play Croc because they're too busy playing Still a Brain Rot and freaking Fortnite, and they'd
Okay.
rather be upcharged with their mom's credit card rather than play a game that they've already bought completely. They're like, oh, why am I not being asked for more money? Like I'm used to that now. Like this old game doesn't do that, you know. So
Can I just pay $5 to skip this level?
Can I pay
100%.
500 Robux to skip this level? Yeah.
That stuff is dastardly. Yeah. My kid will never play Roblox as long as I'm alive. I promise you that. A couple other things, and then we'll kind of jump back into Final Fantasy 14. I wanted to mention Resident Evil 4 Remake again. Noah was playing it a few podcasts ago. I played it again. I beat it again. It's my third time beating it this year. It's slowly becoming one of my favorite games. Like it is getting up there in that coveted top 100 games list that I keep a running tally of. It's just that game is just so good. That remake. I don't know. I want to beat myself in the head. Like I don't know why it took me this long to play it. I don't know. This time I beat it on professional with an infinite rocket launcher and got an A rank, which is basically like how fast can you do this? Or sorry, I got an S rank. No, I got an S rank for beating it under 5 hours.
Like,
Um,
where's the difficulty there? I guess if you have an infinite rocket.
it's not
launcher.
about difficulty at that point. It's not about difficulty because there are different ways to play it. I'm trying to do trophies at this point. The difficulty lies in like the different runs you're doing. Like there's a run I have to do where I have to get on a new save with no upgrades, anything like that, a knife and gun or pistol only run without any of the upgrades afforded to me, basically, and just run through it that way.
Riven's on
And if I,
Tomodachi.
oh, it sounds great. No, it sounds awesome.
That game is
That's where,
badass.
no, it's not. It's
Yeah,
so
it is.
awesome. No, Noah's wrong about this. I
Really?
maintain.
Bad.
Noah, hold your tongue. That game is one of the best games that's ever been made, ever.
One of the most
I'm
badass
gonna
games.
be honest.
Resident
I'm
Evil
gonna throw
2
you on
and
this.
Resident Evil 4 are really bad games.
The
Noah
here
doesn't.
is
Noah doesn't like Resident Evil. Doesn't mean it's bad.
I like Resident Evil 7.
since I am here, I can be the
Resident Evil
middleman. and
7
say
is like
it's
this
alright.
new Resident Evil.
And it's
Like
fun.
this is
Yeah.
what Resident Evil is.
Yeah,
2 and 4.
yeah. Resident
Like
Evil
you know,
7
like
is
2 and
what it
4.
is because that's actually fun. So it's not BS. It doesn't like.
Fun fact: 7 is the new version of what this is.
Yeah.
2 and
it's
4 is
better,
how the series
much better.
actually is.
Yeah, that's how the series should be. Is 7. Yeah, I agree.
I would like you to play 7 again at some point and go like and really compare. Like I genuinely don't know if it's as rosy as you're thinking it is. That game is
I
kind of
enjoyed
BS and all.
flipping.
And also the enemy variety is pretty
I
shitty in
didn't
that one
have
too.
I didn't have a blessed problem with 7. And with
Yeah.
2 and 4, other than boredom, sometimes I'd get bored with like some like the DLC content that I was playing because I played everything in 7, and some of that DLC wasn't great. That's like my complaint.
Yeah. I like 7 just fine. That's a good game. It saved that series. You know, we wouldn't have modern Resident Evil if it weren't for 7, right? So it's really important. But if you want to know what Resident Evil actually is, it's 2 and 4. Like genuinely,
Then
that
maybe
is
I
the
don't
truth.
like Resident Evil because I just
Maybe you don't. I'm just telling you, having played pretty much all of them, that is like the template for each version of what they go for. Like 2 is like the horror version of that. 4 is the blockbuster popcorn muncher Resident Evil game, and then Requiem is the marriage of those two. That's what that is, with some 7 in there. Um, I think they're brilliant. 4 especially. I'm not saying don't trust Noah's opinion. I'm very seasoned in this series, and I think 4 is just so good right now. Just because I played it so much, it's better than Requiem because I'm just not there completed with Requiem like I am with Resident Evil 4. I beat Requiem twice. I beat Resident Evil 4 now 4 times actually. So, and that's all been this year. So it's been a lot of Resident Evil for me. But once you like know what to do in those games, like it's so quick. Like I beat that professional run in 4.5 hours.
right, but
Like once you do it.
rocket launcher, like you're not like struggling.
Yeah,
with
sure. So what?
resources and stuff, like, in the-
No, I was still using resources. Yeah, of course I was. But it was more about getting a good rank because I'd already beaten it. Like my first run was like, I think I played on hardcore, and I think I got like a B or something like that, which is pretty good for hardcore. Just playing it normally with no upgrades or anything like that. Basically, like getting the extra stuff are rewards for you playing the game multiple times. It doesn't diminish what you've done, and it is fun to play it different ways because it's cool to see like the flexibility on offer, like the combat suite. There's so much to do, so much different things to get. Like there's like a really great Magnum. There's the Chicago Sweeper, which is like a legendary Resident Evil 4 item from the original that they bring back, and yeah, fun costumes you can wear. It's just like a really fun house at the end of the day. And it's such a stone cold classic, dude. Like I'm sad you don't like it. Like that's a real big bummer to me. But you know, that's ultimately not going to affect my enthusiasm. I still extol this thing's virtues extremely sincerely, because I do think it is not a bad game. I think it's actively good. I think you don't like it. That's what I think. So that's
well,
you are entitled to your opinion. I don't think that thing has any problems, really. I'm going to be honest with you. I think it's a pretty perfect.
legitimate problems. I mean, I could list them off, but we'd be here
Well,
for
list
hours.
them. I do want to hear this. We are talking about this, so list them for me.
So recently I tried to get through a segment, and it was this castle siege sort of segment, and I was getting bombarded by these cannons, right? And I think, okay, so this is a scripted sequence, so I'm surely not able to like interact with these things because this is some sort of like scripted sequence. So I'm running through this, getting like torrents of cannon fire just constantly hitting me, and more importantly, hitting freaking Ashley. Like, horror mechanic having to have this character that you do. The entire game is a freaking like escort mission. Like that's like the worst mission in gaming ever produced. Everyone can agree is an escort mission. The entire game of Resident Evil 4 is one big escort mission. Like that's what that game is. And so I don't know how people can be so high on this thing when this
It's
thing
so
is just
freaking
one
trivial.
big.
It's so
The
trivial.
she dies all
Like
the
that
time.
aspect,
All the time, she's always
so
dying.
trivial.
Every like second, and then she's dying, getting taken away, whatever. Very annoying. Or she's dying to cannon fire. So I'm going through this thing, like getting to the point where I'm getting my own cannon and starting to fire back, and then there's just too many of them firing at me, and so I start dying. And then finally, like after dying to this thing, like I don't know, like 20 times or something like that, I finally realized that no, it's not a scripted thing. You're allowed to like shoot the
Yeah.
cannoneers. They have like barrels next to the cannoneers that you can shoot to kill them.
Mhm.
But the game just doesn't make a good distinction of like, okay, what am I allowed to kill and what am I not allowed to kill? The game never makes that good distinction with that. And that's a problem I've had just throughout this whole game is what am I allowed to kill and what am I not allowed to kill?
So I think a lot of this lies from your assumptions about the thing. I think you're just assuming too much. You should just try to kill everything.
Okay. I tried to kill the big guy in Resident Evil 2 Nemesis. You know what it did? It made him go faster, right? And so that makes me think, okay, I gotta be careful what I try and kill. Because if I try and kill something in this series, then it makes them go faster. They get angry, and then I get punished for that. And so
Well, that's honestly that's unfortunate, Noah, because you're taking from it the wrong thing. That is a aspect of two where you can slow him down, but you have to stagger him to the point where he kneels. And at that point, it's an understanding like, oh, we can't kill him. We can only slow him down. You didn't reach that point with him because you didn't interact with him in a combat way. And that's how you would have learned that information. When it comes to fighting things in 2 and 4, you are able to kill literally whatever you want. Like having this understanding that you can't do these things, I honestly, I'm going to be real with you. I think you're just making that up. Like you can kill pretty much everything in those games, pretty much, with some exception. Even the giants that are throwing barrels at you and stuff, you can kill them if you have a powerful enough weapon. I know because I've done it. You know, I just think you're making a lot of assumptions about a game that is very trivial if you know what to do. Um, like the Ashley stuff, also, you just have to be careful. Like just walking around corners and stuff, you always have to have your head on a swivel. Like if you're just running in doing the same things over and over, of course you're gonna die. And that segment can be a little frustrating, but you just time your run to go past it. My first time I had like some trouble with this. I know exactly what portion you're talking about. It's like chapter 8 or 9 or something like that. Um, but it's I find it extremely easy. But I'm more well versed in like third person action games, so maybe that's what I am used to, and maybe you're not. I don't know. But I'm not making a bunch of assumptions about the thing, either. So I don't know where the issue you're having is coming from. You know what I mean?
I mean,
Um,
I'm telling you the issue I'm having, but you're just kind of throwing it out the window. So I don't know.
No. I understand your issue. I think you're making a lot of assumptions about your problems. I can tell you the truth of those things, and it's that you just have to be careful first with Ashley, and then second of all, you can kill pretty much everything but like Mr. X. Like that's pretty much the only thing you can't kill in those games. Like that I can think of. You can kill almost every boss in Resident Evil 4 early if you're strong enough and have better weapons.
Yeah, I mean, if you have like
And
a
in
giant
2.
rocket launcher, sure. I just don't have that. So.
You can use a freaking Magnum. You can use like two Like you can use like a machine gun with a ton of ammo. Like you can just like throw a bunch of firepower at it. It doesn't have to be infinite. I promise you, it doesn't. I've literally played the game multiple times, different ways, and I've killed bosses different ways. Salazar, same thing. Like all those bosses, if you have the firepower and you've been stockpiling, you just waste them. You just waste them. They're extremely trivial. And that's not even just like that's just me normally playing the game with the things that they offer. Like it's not even just like, oh, I got all this extra stuff for beating it. No, the first game was like that. Like the first time through on hardcore, super easy. I did not have a problem with it. I'm not saying your criticism is invalid. It's just not something I found an issue with. But I understand why you'd say it has BS. That stuff isn't great. For some people, I totally get it. Everybody struggles with other things for sure. I struggle with Souls games. You find those easy. It's just like different things
if
that
we're
I'm
bringing up
comfortable
Souls
with. I
games,
think.
like Souls games are always teaching you lessons, and they're always something that, as long as you are out looking for being taught lessons, right? Then the game will tell you what you're supposed to do next. It'll teach you what you're supposed to do next. I'm trying to apply that to Resident Evil, and what's happening
Yeah.
is I'm getting taught the wrong lessons over and over and over and over and over again.
I do think you're trying to transplant other games' logic onto it. It's just not working. That's not how those games work. I genuinely, in our conversations, that seems like the problem.
I just don't know how to learn how to play this thing then, because I'm trying to let the game teach me how to play it, and it's just not doing a good job.
Basically, what I would say is strip yourself of every assumption you have. Like, I think that is your Achilles heel here.
I tried
You need
that.
to just
I tried to let the game teach me how the game works. That's what I've been trying to do this whole time.
basically, I think if you, as long as you just have the tools to conquer the obstacles, you'll probably pretty good. And Resident Evil 4 gives you so many weapons and so many opportunities to experiment. That's what saves are for. You just make a save. If you have an issue, you go back to that save. Like you know, I'm not saying you don't have these problems. I'm not, but it is valuable to just retry it instead of just, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over, trying to get a different result. Like that's not, you just kind of need to find what works for you, honestly. Some people play that thing totally differently than I play it. But the beauty of that and two is that they offer you so many avenues in which to play that. Like it is proof positive by how many routes you can beat the game in, you know, like knife only, like that is a seminal route you can play in like Resident Evil 1. Only the knife. Like there are strats to do that. Like there's so many things you could do to vary it up, honestly, if you really wanted to. And like the set piece, the design, like what you're supposed to do, this and that. At some point you'll get a good idea of like what the game is throwing at you. And it's a set piece game. 4 is a set piece game, honestly. But if you try to like hurry up the set piece, you're just gonna die. Maybe that's frustrating too. So yeah, it's I know you've been having issues with that thing, but if you guys are at all interested in how the series is, 2 and 4 is kind of the way to go. Sorry, Slade, we've talked a while. I apologize.
You're all good.
What is your No, you're good. You're good. Resident Evil. What's your exposure to the series in general? I don't actually know.
Really haven't had any. I watched YouTubers play the 2 remake when I was a kid, but that's about it, really.
Yeah, gotcha.
And
So
Dead
the
by
2
Daylight,
remake.
but like, that doesn't
Right.
really count.
That was a funny bit. I promise we'll move on in just a second. But Noah was playing RE2 a while back, and you guys knew the map of the police station, which
Yeah.
is so funny to me because you knew it before you played it, and I was like, oh, that's so funny, like how that transplants in a different way.
We'll get into this later, but I also knew the map for Midwich Elementary and Silent Hill because of Dead by
Oh,
Daylight.
That's That's so awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I already
Yep.
Oh
know
my
the map
gosh,
for it.
I can't wait to talk about that too. But yeah, that's so funny.
We just
That's
played
so
so much Dead by Daylight that we've memorized those maps. So
Oh my gosh, hilarious. It's kind of like recognizing Fire Emblem characters in Smash before playing a game. It's kind of like I had this knowledge already. I'm just applying it in a different way than you think I would. But anyway, yeah, Resident Evil 4, I adore that game. It's one of my favorite games I've ever played. I'm pursuing the platinum on it. I'm taking a break because I've beaten it twice recently, and I need to play other stuff. It would be like a Desert Island game. I would find reasons to play it for a while. I haven't even played the Separate Ways DLC quite yet. I played it in the original game, but not in this one. So that's the Ada campaign. What she was doing alongside Leon, like that's that whole thing. So one of these days I'll play that too and probably get all the stuff there. But anyway, last little bit for me before we finally move on to Slade. I apologize. I've been playing Yakuza Kiwami 2 again because the fires of my heart have been stoked by the Stranger Than Heaven trailer. Man, that trailer. It genuinely might be one of the better video game trailers I can think of recently. It's Ryuga Gotoku's new game, Stranger Than Heaven, and the premise is that it's like an American-born Japanese, like mixed race person looking to start the Tojo clan, which is like the clan from Yakuza. Like he's like the founding father of that. And it's like a period piece. It takes place, I think it starts in like 1918 or something, and it goes through different intervals and stuff. It's supposed to come out this year, but like I really recommend people look at a trailer for that. But I've been trying to finish some Yakuza games here every once in a while. And Kiwami 2 was next on the list, and so I was playing a little bit of that. And yeah, I'm so ready for Stranger Than Heaven to come out and be awesome. It looks really cool. But yeah, that's kind of what prompted me to play some Yakuza Kiwami 2. Nothing to say. I kind of caught back up to where I left off last time, and I'm enjoying it. Those games are always really short. They're like always like 20 hours, 30 hours to just play through and do some of the side stuff. It's so funny because like the main stuff in Yakuza, deadly serious mob tactic stuff, and then you go to the side quests and it's like, I lost my cat. Help me find my cat. It's in the train station.
Zero was extremely long.
Yeah, that one was long. That is the exception. Yeah.
I couldn't
Yeah.
finish that one because there was just way too much to do in that one. I just got
That one-
lost in the sauce in that one.
100%, dude. I totally feel you on that one. Like, so that one is different too because it's a shared protagonist game as well. You play as Majima and Kiryu. And so like you're basically playing like a big campaign where you split. And then all the side content is so vast. Like you're doing 2 cities worth of stuff.
It was insane.
Yakuza 0 is probably the best series that I've played. It is a lot. It's almost too much. It could be a Desert Island game as well. Like for me, I really love that game. I'd like to see my time on it. I think I put 80 hours into that thing. I did the entire Real Estate Royale for Kiryu. Like
That one's
I
not
was
a 20-hour
furious at
game. So when I heard you say 20-hour game, I'm like, what are you talking about? What world are you?
You're right. You're right. I will acquiesce to you because in this case, that one is one of the longer ones, but that's also one of the more recent ones they put out as a prequel to the other ones. So it's a good stage setter to Yakuza Kiwami 1, which is like a 20-hour game, and Kiwami 2, which is like a 25-hour game. Everything else is like kind of shortish until you get to like 5 and 6, where it starts to get a little bit longer because you're ending Kiryu stuff. And then like 7 and 8 are like 100-hour RPGs. You know what I mean? So, and then they have like a bunch of like side games here, like Pirate Yakuza and Man with No Name. But yeah, it's a huge series. It's probably like Sega's like golden goose right now, besides Sonic for Sega. I would say like it's maybe the most popular thing they make. I guess Atlas games are kind of their own thing, but yeah, Atlas games are kind of their own thing. You know, I think of them kind of like Atlas games and Sega published. But anyway, yeah, Stranger Than Heaven. I recommend that trailer. It's so cool. We talked a little bit about Final Fantasy 14, Slade. Can you tell me about the expansion they announced? What's going on with that? I don't know anything about it.
Yeah. So I haven't beaten all of Final Fantasy 14, so I can't say I know exactly what's going on. Seems like we're going to this like almost brand new world though. Now maybe that's a normal thing in some of the later expansions. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But it looks like you're like going through this. You pop out through this portal. It's like this frost-ridden world. You know, everything's all iced over and cold. Looks like you might have like some giant creatures that you traverse on, a la Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
Ooh, speak my language.
And yeah, we don't know a whole lot about it, or maybe I just don't know because I don't know exactly what's going on. Noah might be able to fill you in a little bit more on the newer expansion that got it teased, but
Right.
Yeah.
Basically, like they had their whole. It was like an event, right, Noah? That's kind of where they announced this thing.
Yeah, they announced it at the Fan Fest or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Con
Mm-hmm.
that they do every year.
Yeah, Fan Fest. So do they announce expansions at regular intervals like this? Like it's every like year or two? Is
Yeah,
that kind of
every
vindicated?
other year, I would say.
yeah, that sounds about
Okay.
accurate.
And when is this supposed to hit? This Evercold stuff? Do you know, Noah?
Next year, I think beginning of next year, like
Yeah.
January.
Oh,
Yeah,
so it's
beginning of
next
next year.
year. Okay.
Yeah.
Beginning of next
They like
year.
to take their time.
That's okay. I mean, honestly, I think it might be beneficial for them too because this Dawn Trail expansion people didn't really like. So,
No.
yeah, I know none of you guys are quite there yet because that's kind of the end of the main stuff and into the next saga, right?
I'm
And
getting
that's a
close
lot of
to it.
game.
I'm creeping up to it, but I'm taking a break.
Right. It's the one piece of video games. Like there's just a lot to it. Like
Really?
there's a lot to it, a lot of characters, a lot of story, a lot of really interesting stuff. Yeah,
Yep.
totally. But yeah, the thing that excited me is that there's a Switch 2 version they're making, and I'm like, hell yeah, I'll play
Mhm.
that.
Yeah.
But the caveat is what, Slade?
Mhm.
What's the caveat to this?
The caveat, I don't know what happened. Maybe this was Nintendo's one stipulation to have this thing on the Nintendo Switch, because this is like the Nintendo Series console is the only console that this is not available on. Is that you need an entirely separate subscription from your existing Final Fantasy 14 subscription
So
that
crazy.
you might or might not already have to be able to play it on the Switch. If you don't have a subscription, then this doesn't affect you at all. But this is an entirely different purchase and subscription that you have to make if you already have an account on anything else.
So wild to me. So in lieu of that, though, they gave internet connection for free. You don't have to like have an NSO for that to like actually hook up to it, but you have to have both subs
Mhm.
active. That's so weird. How much is
Yeah.
it? Have they said how much this Switch sub is going to be? It can't be that high,
I don't
right? You're not going to pay like
think
$30
so.
to play this thing, right?
Well, a month subscription for Final Fantasy 14 is $15
15,
thereabouts.
right? But they wouldn't
Yeah.
charge the same for a Switch version, I don't
They
think,
probably
right?
would.
They
I mean,
might.
it's
Yeah.
yeah, it's the same game. I think. As far
You,
as I know.
you
Yeah,
think you
it's
think they
just
would try to get $30 a month out of people to do that on Switch too?
No, they just expect you to like play it in one place. They might give you like a discount if you try and play it on Switch as well.
Mhm.
Gotcha.
I don't think you need a subscription like per the PC or the PlayStation 4 or any other thing else to play on the Switch. Like you can choose to just own this game on the Switch, but then if you want to move to PC or PlayStation 4 or Xbox,
Oh,
you then have to buy a subscription for that instead of the Nintendo Switch subscription.
okay. So if you don't have one at all and you're just coming to it, you pay for one thing?
Yes.
Is that what I understand?
Yes. Yep.
Oh,
If you are
okay.
just coming to the series and you don't own a place, you don't own a PC, don't own a PlayStation, don't own an Xbox, you can just buy one subscription for the Switch.
Yeah. Okay. So that reporting is very unclear. It makes it sound like you have to pay for two. That's what it sounds like.
You don't have to.
Makes
Yeah.
sense. Makes sense. Okay. So basically, like, it will not take your existing subscription. You have to buy it if you want to do it on there.
You have to buy
Yes.
the Switch 2 one if you want.
Yep. Yep.
Gotcha. I am tracking now for sure. That's interesting. I don't know. I want to play that on PC. Like, I just don't want to play it
Yeah.
on console. You know.
It's better on PC.
That's true. But like, honestly, if they give me like, if I'm able to use a mouse, I might think about it. Like
Yeah.
if I could just hook my mouse to my Switch, I might just do it there. I don't know.
It's fair.
So we'll see what they allow. I don't know. Um, but anyway, besides the announcement, besides the subscription, all that stuff, you've been playing the Stormblood expansion, Slade. How are you
Yeah.
finding that?
It was all right. Other than like the free thing that you get for buying the game, people say this is one of the worst ones of the expansions. I didn't think it's that bad. My biggest issue with it is it's kind of a visual novel with some
Oh,
gameplay breaks. It's a lot of text and very little dungeons or combat or anything like that. But it was an all right story. A couple. You go to a place very clearly inspired by like Japan and China, and they kind of shine a bit of light on that to where it makes it seem like, isn't this place so cool? You should like really like this place. It's so awesome, and we're gonna go so in depth with everything, much more than every place else. Um, but the villain for the expansion was really cool. Xenosia Galvas, really cool. And I won't say any spoilers for any potential Final Fantasy 14, players that haven't already beat Stormblood, but it was all right. You do some liberating of the nations, and you do your hero thing, and you fight the gods that they summon. So
Okay, cool. So you were kind of mixed on it. You were just like, it was pretty good, but
it was a pretty good story, better than like the A Realm Reborn, which is like the first thing that you play as soon as you load the game in.
right.
But it's just there was so much talking.
Hmm. Yeah, that game is known for a lot of dialogue. So
Yeah.
gotcha. So that's kind of that's good on Final Fantasy for you, Slade.
Yeah, I will say one last thing. They did have one part of it though that was really good. There was a part
Okay.
where you go to this like Mongolia inspired area and you
Mhm.
interact with these lizard people called Ara. That was a really good thing. That was a really good part. It had one dungeon and it was pretty dialogue heavy, but holy cow, they have a scripted battle at the end of that part. It is one of the coolest things in the game so far.
I'm so glad that you came around on the Azim step. I've
Yeah.
been telling you this whole time, like,
The
yes,
it was
but the
so
Azim
good.
step is awesome. I just kept
It's
telling you
so
it.
good.
You're like, I don't know, I'll have to see it. And then you
It's
get there
that
and you're like, wait a second,
yeah.
this Azim step's kind of cool. And then you're like,
Yeah.
wait a second,
It's
this lore is kind of cool. You're like,
I
oh
it's
think you
man.
might have shown me Noah.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure I saw some of this. I was like, this does look cool. Yeah.
oh yeah. It's so good. It's like this big all-out war type of deal. And it's like these armies fighting each other. You're dead in the center and you're trying to win this contest. Oh, it's so
Yeah, it's
good.
the Nadam. That's what they call it, the Nadam.
The Nadam, yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'm I can only take one of these big games at a time. This is
Mhm.
this is on the bucket list. This is on
That's
like the list
that is
to
like
play.
the biggest game. So
Right.
True.
Yeah. I have to really like clear my schedule. So that's kind of why I'm playing the other stuff for now. But I want to play it. I do. I say it every time we bring this up.
Mhm.
But yeah, no, Noah, you've played some old gems, we'll call it. Tell me about Riven, the sequel to Myst, Kartia, and Ape Escape 3 in any order you choose.
yeah, I played Riven a little bit. I just kind of booted it up to see like what it was. It's weird. Like I guess I didn't realize that Myst was like a it's like an FMV
Yeah.
thing. So like
It is.
it's got like real people talking to you.
Yeah, it does. It's kind of wild.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like reading his book and he's like, "Oh, yes, Mist, Riven, Mist." And then he's like, "Oh, yes, you're going to go there." And he just like sends you there.
Oh,
And he
yeah.
sends you there in like a cage, like you're in a cage. And right,
Mhm.
and then like there's like these FMV people that are coming by while you're in the cage and like "Hoo, hoo, hoo, hee, 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 ha, ha, ha." And then they're like like one of the guys like does that, and then like another guy maybe comes by and does that, and the last guy's like he ends up like kind of sort of accidentally not accidentally opening the cage, and then like you're finally allowed to like explore. It's like, okay, these guys are weird, sure. Like, where the heck am I? What is going on here? This is a really weird game. And so I just kind of like, started exploring, and like, of course I'm playing on the with like the PlayStation version of it, and so like it's like every time I transition, it's like, okay, you're here. Okay, you're here. So you have to like wait for the disc to load every time you like transition the scene to
Oh my gosh.
like move forward and stuff like that, basically. And like yeah, it's weird. And then like I finally ended up getting to like this really weird area with like all these like almost like religious like proverbs for some weird religion that this place has. And I was like, man, this game I don't know, this game's hurting my brain. So I just kind of had to like turn it
A
off
brain
because
hurting game? It's a brain hurting game.
I didn't really understand what was happening.
It's brain hurting
I'm
game.
like, maybe I just need to play Mist. Like, I don't know, but I was like, man, this game's just too weird for me. It's just too weird.
Riven is too wild for old Noah.
Yeah,
Dang.
I couldn't wrap my head around it. It was a weird game. I liked it though.
Riven's a cool name.
It was weird, but it was interesting. It reminds me of one of my I guess like childhood like wonder like what if sort of things, right? Is the little animation they did every time I would boot up Bug's Life PC, right? They had
Yeah.
that animation that Traveler's Tales animation, because Traveler's Tales made Bug's Life. And so
Yeah, right. Yeah.
they had like that animation, that like 3D animation every time I'd boot that up. And I was like, man, that to play that as a video game would be so cool. I like that kind of instilled like that sort of like thing that like solidified like that like thing that I like in games. It's like I don't know, it's like that wanderlust sort of thing.
Oh sure. Yeah. I know what you mean.
And so I've always kind of been chasing that. And Riven was kind of hitting those notes for me, but it was just the systems were kind of clunky. I think I just need to go in with like a guide of some sort to understand that thing,
Probably.
because that thing
Yeah.
is just so esoteric. It's one of the most esoteric things I've ever laid eyes on. I have no idea what
Yeah,
I'm supposed to be doing.
that seems like a game that would be beneficial to play with people, so you can kind of just like bounce ideas off of each other.
I just don't have
You know?
anyone who's going to be playing Riven, so I should probably just use
Yeah.
a guide.
Time to go back to the 90s, Noah. You'll find your people there.
Yeah, my sick Riven people. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Riven curious folks are waiting in your area.
Sequel to Mist, by the way.
Yes, sir.
It is. They like to tell you that at on the tin. Yeah. Riven
That's
is the
Riven.
infamous-
Kartia, that's Amano did the artwork and character designs for it. The like character artwork is actually like used in game as well, so it's pretty cool. And it's like it might be the most poorly translated like Atlas JRPG I've ever played. Like
Oh really?
the characters, they're speaking English, but it's like esoteric English. It's like that sort of English that like you can barely understand what they're trying to say, and you're like, no real human being would talk like this. Like
Right.
this is
Yeah.
clearly very weirdly translated by somebody who did not have a good grip of the English language.
Mhm.
And so it just, I don't know. I've read online that this thing's supposed to have really good writing, but I'm just not seeing it. Like I'm like, I don't know, maybe I've only, played like the first level of it, and it just the translation was so off-putting to me. I'm like, I don't know if I can get through this thing, but
Mhm.
maybe I just need to play it more because people really like that story apparently. So I just there's just a lot of things that the characters will say that I'm like, I don't think people talk like that in English. So
Kartia.
yeah. So the main crux of it though is that all of the magic in the game is based off of these cards. They're more like a piece of paper, and then you encode different like kanji onto it, and then
Oh.
that creates the spells that you then cast. And so they left like a lot of like the kanji stuff there, and then they just like told you the English equivalent of that kanji basically. So there's a lot of like
Hmm.
Japanese kanji in the menus. The menus are also really hard to get through. But it's one of those games where I don't think that part of it could be translated any differently, because the kanji is so important to what that thing is. Because the kanji is basically like their I guess their summoning circles or whatever for a different magic system, right? And so you need that kanji to be just that like one character sort of like, I'm adding fire to this spell. And so you've got the Kartia in the like, the crux of the game is like, oh well, we've started creating this artificial Kartia, but the good Kartia stuff comes from like this tree that we have to like protect. And there's gonna be like some evil force probably going after the tree, I'm assuming, because the way they talk up this tree, and they're like, yeah, we can live with, you know, our artificial Kartia, but the stuff from the tree is like the real good stuff. So and
Mhm.
they play out that mechanically as well, because like you have like your like dingy Kartia, you know, and then they're like, oh, but there's also like a higher tier Kartia, and then there's like the highest tier Kartia that's like the Kartia that comes from the tree. And like, so they have like those three tiers of Kartia in the gameplay mechanics itself. So it's interesting seeing the story and the gameplay mechanics tie like that. I like that. And so yeah, it's basically Atlas Fire Emblem. So
Mhm.
you level up, and I don't know what happens when you level up because I haven't yet, but I'm assuming you get stats. But the you definitely have experience. But the thing that I don't like, and this is just like a very very personal pet peeve, is that they have this weird um system of you have these sort of like puppet monster things that you can control, and the enemy side also has them. They're created through Kardia, and there's like a rock paper scissors system. There's like um they have really weird names for them. It's like common, dull, and shadow basically, and they have like a rock paper scissors triangle sort of thing going on between those that are effective and not effective. So like Fire Emblem. But those things also have experience bars, so I think they can level up. And I don't know if they can like, I don't know if there's permadeath in this thing or not. I haven't had anything come close to dying on my side because it's been pretty easy, but I just did like a tutorial level or whatever. It's not really a tutorial though. Like they just kind of drop you in there, like, you know how to play. I'm like, well, I've
Huh.
played a Fire Emblem before, so yeah, I do know how to play. But if I hadn't, then no
Like
one
I'll wing it.
would.
I'll wing it, I guess.
Yeah,
Uh
that's
huh.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll
I'll
figure it
figure
out.
it out.
so I like, you know, I get through and like move all my units. I'm like, okay, now what? Like I've moved all my units. Why aren't they attacking? It's one of those games where you have to go into the menu and you have to be like, okay, I would like to pass my turn, please. So you have to do that every
Oh,
time.
those.
You have to go in. You're like,
I hate
I would
those.
please like to pass my turn. There's no way to like have it auto pass the turn. It's like, nope. You
That's annoying.
please pass my turn. Thank you. And so I just applied Fire Emblem strategy to it. You know, like just let the enemy come to me. Once they're in my range, I go and kill them. You know, engage first. You're almost always gonna win because you set up the correct, you know, type effectiveness on the creatures, and boom. But yeah, um, interesting game. I need to play more of it honestly to give like a good shakedown. it's just the dialogue was just so off-putting that I would go back for the artwork because the artwork was really good. But
It's Abano. Abano's got good artwork.
and then Ape Escape 3, I gave that a better shakedown. I'd say I'm maybe a fourth of the way through that game. And it's pretty fun. It's pretty dumb fun. It's better than the second one. It's the same game engine as the second one though, so it carries over a lot of the problems I had with the second one. But this one's definitely more fun, and I like they have like the new system for this one is that you can transform into various different like outfits. Just like themed outfits. Like I have one that's like it's supposed to be like a night one, but since I'm playing as like the idol girl character, she turns into like a mage, and then she like starts casting spells. So,
Solid.
yeah, it's
Gotcha.
interesting. But yeah, it's Ape Escape. You just go around, you collect the monkeys. It does that annoying thing still though, where like the monkeys will just randomly dodge your like time net, and then
Yeah.
you just have to swing again, and it's like, sure, I guess, why not?
Yeah, you were telling me that you had an issue in 2 with that.
Mm-hmm.
They just didn't want to get caught.
Yeah. I haven't had it be too egregious in this one, but in that second one, I definitely would have ones that like they would basically dodge so many times that I would just end up dying while trying to catch them because like every single time I'd swing my net, they would just dodge it.
Yeah. Gotcha. So Ape Escape 3, you said you're a quarter of the way through. That's kind of where you're at.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So who's the? It's not Spike. Who's this kid? Who's the blue hair kid? What's his name?
Oh yeah. So I don't know, but
No.
it's not Spike.
Dang.
So
Right.
Spike in this one, Spike and the kid from the last one and the professor have all been couch potatoified because the
Right.
monkeys are sending out TV signals to turn everyone into couch potatoes.
Right. And this one, you go into like different TV shows, right?
Yep, you go into different
That's
TV
cool idea.
shows, and it's pretty cool. It's pretty fun. All the monkeys are like themed around the TV shows, so yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. Gotcha.
Yeah.
So there's some Ape Escape 3. I'm gonna do a little shuffle. Real shuffle. We'll talk about Silent Hill in a second, Noah. Slade, tell me about Undertale Yellow. I added this because you said you had played some of it. I want to get your thoughts on that. Tell me what it is. What's going on with it?
So Undertale Yellow is not an official Undertale game. It is an Undertale fan game, but it is extremely high quality. If you show this to anyone that doesn't know Undertale, they could not tell the difference.
Right.
It is a pretty good game. I'm a big fan of Undertale, Deltarune, as people may know. And as far as like the combat goes and some of the things you have to do, 1-to-1. It's so good. It's such a faithful work of art with passion, full of the love of Undertale. And it follows the story of the human that falls into the underground before the character from Undertale does.
That's actually pretty interesting. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. Yep. It's the seventh human. And just a take on how maybe their adventure might have gone. Tons of original characters. They have some pretty good ones too. There's one. Her name's Martlet. She's like Papyrus, but if she was just slightly more competent. And it's good. I think my one complaint with the game, it has good difficulty, all that stuff. It has some annoying gimmicks, but it's whatever. My one complaint is it tries to force that Toby Fox humor. And sometimes it works, but you can tell that they are trying to replicate it rather than how Toby Fox's humor just flows throughout that game so perfectly, and it's not the same game without it. You can tell they're giving
Yeah.
a really good attempt, and I will give them absolute applause for trying as hard as they do. But you can tell it's like an artificial watermelon flavor versus a real watermelon, you know.
Yeah. It's my runway on that stuff is so short. Like the
Mhm.
Tumblr humor, even the Toby Fox humor, it
Yeah.
can really rub me the wrong way. Like if it is
Mhm.
very over the top, I get kind of like about it. I
Yeah.
become crotchety about it. So to hear that they kind of try hard here, that seems a little off-putting to me. I don't know.
Some of it does land. It's not like it's unbearable, right? But there are some that it's just like, okay, well, I see what you were going for here. It's whatever, you know.
Right.
Oh, and also every NPC in Undertale Yellow has like a paragraph of dialogue to exhaust. In Undertale, they have like 2 sentences. All the
Mhm.
other like unimportant NPCs do. In Undertale Yellow, I like hate talking to NPCs because I'm gonna be there for like 3 minutes talking to them.
Interesting.
But
Yeah.
overall, good game. It has really good music, really great interstellar combat. So if you're craving more Undertale or Deltarune while you wait for Deltarune Chapter 5 to come out, definitely give Undertale Yellow a look.
Gotcha. Cool. Undertale Yellow. Yeah, I was kind of interested to hear what you had to say about that thing because you've been mentioning it for a couple weeks. In
Mhm.
anticipation for your reemergence on the pod. That's awesome. I like Undertale. We need to have a spoiler cast of Undertale, Slade.
Oh
I
yeah,
really feel that way. Like
yeah, 100%.
before chapter 5 comes out, I think we need to get back together in the lab
I,
and do
I think
that.
so.
I
That'd be
have bad
fun.
news for you. Slade hasn't beat
Never
it.
played it. No,
What?
don't listen to him.
He hasn't.
I
Is that
have.
true?
I have beat Undertale.
You never did a genocide run.
Noah, I haven't done that then. I
You
beat
haven't
Undertale.
beat Undertale.
That's ridiculous. No way. Don't
I
listen to him.
I
Genocide is an
I
optional.
promise you, the thousands of hours that I looked into Undertale as a child, I know my way around an Undertale. May not have actually beat Sans, but
You gotta
you
beat
know,
Sans. That's like
I'm going to. It is
that's
it
the
is on the
important
to-do
part of
list.
that game is beating Sans. That game
It
is
it
nothing without
is
the Sans fight.
it is on the to-do list. I will say that. It is a thing that I do plan to do sometime in the future.
If I were to play that game again, Noah, it would be a genocide run. It would be because I played it normally.
Yes,
The
100%.
that's just like
So
that. The Sans fight is the best part of that game. Like,
really,
Um
yeah,
I don't know. I think Sans is definitely cool and stuff. I think the pacifist route's probably my favorite though.
Hmm. But if you do a genocide run before a pacifist, that cancels it out, right?
no, it doesn't cancel
You
it
can't
out.
do a pacifist. Okay, I thought you
Still
couldn't
do
do a
it.
pacifist.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
can do a pacifist, but you will have like there'll be like a little thing at the final cutscene of the pacifist route that is like, hey, just a reminder of what you did before you did this.
Mm, interesting. It's kind of fun that they take into account your previous runs.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, we need to check out Undertale again. It's been
Yeah.
I played it when it came out, 2017, 18.
Yep.
It's been a long time.
That'd be done.
Well, it came out what 2015, 16, right? Or am I wrong about that?
2015.
I
2015.
kind of remember that thing just like showing up on the Steam store one day,
It showed up and it exploded.
and I was like,
It was a big
man,
deal.
this thing looks kind of interesting. I guess I'll try this thing. I didn't
Yeah,
even know
2017 is
about
when
it.
I played it on 2017 was when I played it on console.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So it was on PC for a long time by itself.
Mhm.
But yeah, there's a little bit of that. Undertale Yellow. I like hearing about Slade playing ROM hacks of video games he likes. It's fun. Noah, speaking of old gems like before, you and I have both played some Silent Hill for the PS1, the first one. I don't want to take your shine though. What did you think of it? You finished it.
I did. Yeah.
Yeah, what do you think of it?
It's pretty good. I like it.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
it's got some cool visuals, some cool spaces. I really like the like PS1 Catholic church that they have in that thing. That's really fun.
Mm.
Um, yeah, I think that thing's cool. It's it's very forgiving in like the resources. It's very forgiving
Yeah.
in the combat.
Mm-hmm.
And it just feels like good to play. Feels good to get around in that thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I
I agree.
I think it's a really good example of like a like retro survival horror thing. Um, I there was very rarely when I felt like the tank controls were hindering the game. I've always felt like the tank controls were more helping the game establish its sort of like what it's trying to do of like, this world is actively against you and you're not like a hero, you're just like a guy trying to survive in this world basically. You're trying to accomplish your goal, but you're not like a action hero, you're just like a dude trying to
I
find his
agree.
daughter. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's
A
a
lot of
sad,
good.
sad game. Yeah.
It is. There's a lot of good atmosphere that lends to that too. I agree.
Yep. Um Yeah, and like I think that there's not a whole lot of weapon variety, but what they have in like the first playthrough is fun. I guess in subsequent playthroughs you can get like some weirder stuff. You can get like katana, you can get like a chainsaw, or you could get like a rock drill. You can get like a laser gun. So you can get some weird stuff. It's Silent Hill, so they've got like an alien ending that you can do. And they got several like good and bad endings. I ended up getting like the worst ending possible because I didn't really know what I was doing, and so I'm like, oh, okay, well, you know,
Right. It's like I'm playing through this thing and I hit a bad spot. This
oops,
is bad.
yeah.
Oopsie poopsie.
So yeah, there's different crux points. I won't like go into spoilers or anything like that, but
I like to play it, yeah. So
yeah, but
um,
you'll see, and you'll be like, oh, I probably could have done this differently, and it would have been better, but oh well. Um,
yeah. I'm following a guide. Just in case I get hung up.
oh, so is the
Um,
guide gonna take you through like the like good ending, you think, or
I don't know. The guide is a complete collectible guide too, which is all the items.
oh wow, okay.
Um, yeah, so I've gotten everything so far.
Oh, nice.
I'm currently in the alternate school. That's where I'm at. So I'm about little over the quarter of the way through, probably I would call it. Um, I
Yeah.
beat the first boss, the lizard boss.
He's
So
brutal.
that's
The
probably a little bit around the
the
quarter
game is
mark. Yeah,
really generous with its resources, so I bet if you're
it
collecting
really is.
everything, you're not having
Yeah,
problems at
it's
all.
dude. I have so many like
Okay,
health resources. Like I have so many shotgun shells. It gets
I
crazy how
gotta
much
jam
stuff I
this
have.
in there. I just gotta say this. Playing this
Please.
game was such a fresh breath of fresh air. I thought I didn't like horror games after playing Resident Evil 2 and 4, and then I played this thing, and it just was a complete 180. I was like, man, this is a horror game done right. Like, I like this thing way more than Resident Evil 2 and 4. I never felt like the game was actively punishing me for not using a guide like I did with those games. I never felt like that thing where I would just run out of like resources, like for healing or for ammo or for anything. Like I in Resident Evil 2, especially, you remember that boss fight I was fighting where I didn't have a way to heal myself. I was one hit,
Yeah.
and I just kept dying in a loop over and over again to getting hit once, making one mistake on that boss, and yeah, this game alleviated a lot of frustrations that I was having recently with that genre. So
Yeah. Yeah. I can see that. Um. So yeah. So you liked it. It was a good time for you.
yeah, it was. I don't know if I'd rush out to play it again. I'm just not the survival horror guy, but I liked I it had a lot of positive things to it. Like I'd say negatives are like towards the end it gets like a little spammy with like how many mobs they're sending after you. Like there's just a certain point where you're just not engaging with the mobs at all anymore. Like if you're stopping to engage with the mobs, you're playing it wrong because there's just so many hordes. Like the game is clearly intending you to like run, like don't walk, run away from all these mobs. Um
Right. Yeah.
And so it instills a sense of helplessness that's fun. But it's just it just gets spammy sometimes, and it can be frustrating trying to like navigate around all the enemies.
Yeah.
But, the yeah, also just like some of the puzzles were really esoteric, especially at the end. Like at the end, I was looking up like puzzle solutions because I was like so stumped. They have this really weird zodiac puzzle. Like I guess you're using a guide, so you might not struggle with it as much as I did. But I would give you the warning of like it's a zodiac puzzle, but it's not a zodiac puzzle. Don't think of the. I was trying to think of like constellations and like crap like that. It has nothing to do with that. The puzzle,
Mm.
I'll just tell you, the puzzle has to do with the amount of legs on each picture.
Wild.
But they use like zodiac symbols for the puzzle. So I'm like, okay, zodiac. I was like literally like I was googling like zodiac stuff, like trying to like refresh my memory on like zodiac and like on constellations and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
right.
And
Right.
then I was just so stumped. I was like, okay, this isn't making any sense at all. And the puzzle
Mhm.
guy's like, yeah, you just need to look at their legs. Like, how many legs does the fish have? It doesn't have any. So that's 0. Good job. How many legs
That's
does a bull
awesome.
have? It has 4,
That's
you
awesome.
idiot.
Old puzzle design for games
Oh,
is so
how many
wild to
limbs
me.
does the centaur have? It's not 4. It's 6 because he
It's
has 2
six. It's
arms.
6.
Yeah.
Six. Trick question.
Yeah. Oh
Crazy.
my gosh. Oh my yeah. It was I was so frustrated. I was like screaming at my TV. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Like, oh my gosh, that's insane.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So
It's
Silent
cool.
Hill 1.
It's cool.
It's cool. It is cool.
Yeah,
It is cool. Having played it as
the
well.
cutscenes are cool. How far are you in it then? I guess.
Like I
Oh,
said,
you're
I am
Lizard.
in the
That's
alternate
right.
pool.
Yep.
Yeah, I
That's right.
just beat the lizard. I'm right after the lizard
Yep.
boss fight.
That's right. Yep.
The thing is very effective. I like that thing. It's cool. The lizard is
It's a fun boss fight, and the game gives you plenty of resources. I'm sure you had the shotgun at that point, and so you were
just
able to. Yep.
It was like a few shots and he was toast.
Yep. You gotta
like
guide him around a bit. You gotta wait for him to open his mouth. Are you using like the shoulder buttons to kind of strafe around him?
I don't need to usually. Like I was able to just kind of back up and pop them.
I
It wasn't
would
that bad.
recommend getting used to the shoulder buttons, especially for boss fights. They're gonna make things a lot better. This is coming from like the Kingsfield guy. I'm the Kingsfield guy, and strafing is like very important in those things. And so I know like okay, tank controls. You need to know how to strafe. That Armored Core as well as like the older Armored Core games. So strafing is going to help you a lot in some of those later boss battles. I think. If you a lot of them, if you just like go around in a loop, like they really can't do anything, and you can just like shoot them as much as you want. Like I did that
Hot
even
shots,
for like
yeah.
I even did that for like the final boss. Like I just kind of strafed around to dodge all their projectiles, and then I just you get like a rifle and you just like boom, boom, boom. Yeah, it's fun.
Crazy. Yeah, no, that the game is fun. It has copious amounts of mist because of the architecture it's playing on with the
Yeah, but that
PlayStation
adds to
1.
it. That
It
is
does add to
the
it. Yeah,
that is the fog game though. Like Silent Hill is the game known for its
it
fog.
kind of is.
That's
It kind
what
of
makes
is.
that game awesome. And that's
But you never
also what.
quite.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say that's what makes those open segments like possible is the fog. Like those segments wouldn't be
Yep.
possible to render without the fog.
Yeah, and I like how the radio frequency changes for specific. It's specific sounds for specific encounters. Like for the birds, it sounds different, and then the dogs,
Really?
it sounds different. Like
I
the
didn't notice
yeah,
that.
oh yeah,
Oh.
yep. The crackle is slightly different for every boss, at least in the main
I
Silent Hill
just
area.
wasn't that observant.
So at some point, I was just like, "Oh, that's a dog. I know what that is." But yeah, like it is the fog game for sure. Like once you get that map though, like everything becomes so like easy to just parse. You're just like, "Oh, I just hang a left, right up here. I'm almost there." Like you can see a little
It
arrow
feels
on your
really
map. It's very
nice. Yeah,
legible.
it feels
It feels
very
nice.
nice.
I would say the movement is some of the easiest to control controls I can remember. Like
Yeah, it's
you
smooth
you
tank control.
usually it's usually just left to right to move and then forward to have momentum. you're not doing a lot of like literal tank controls, like I am turning slowly. It has a little bit of that, but you can kind of move around pretty quickly. So, um, but yeah, I'm enjoying it. I really like it so far. Not a lot of story here, really at all. Not yet. I
No.
mean, there's some notes and stuff. It's more of a mood piece. It really
Yeah.
is.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
I am interested to see what Bloober does with this thing though, because they are remaking this,
Sure.
and they are going to inevitably do 3 as well. So seeing that tied in with High Fidelity is going to be kind of interesting. So,
If they turn it
um,
into Resident
Hmm.
Evil 2 or 4, I'm not interested.
That's true.
you should
That's true.
play. You
So
should play
true.
2 remake. I wonder if you'd like 2 remake at
Do
all.
they turn that into
It's
like Resident Evil 2 or 4? Because if so, I'm not interested.
they're just different games. I'm not going to compare them that directly.
Okay.
I don't think it's fair.
Okay.
I
As
just
long
don't.
as
I
they
just don't
don't
think that's
do
fair.
that, then I'll check it out. But
I just don't think that's a fair comparison. They're just different things completely. Two does a lot of really really good emotional storytelling.
sure.
They changed some things about the first game, but every change they make seems like they considered, and it makes the game better. And honestly, whenever they were approached to make Silent Hill 2 Bloober, the original creators wanted them to deviate more, but Bloober was like, we can't. Like, we need to be as faithful as we possibly can for fans of this game because it was like a sacred cow.
Yeah.
Like, you got to be real careful with it. And it was critically acclaimed. People loved that remake for the things they changed and the execution. Dude, Toluca Prison in 2 is maybe the scariest location in a video game like I've ever played. Like Toluca, it is so pitch black, you cannot see 2 feet in front of you. It is the darkest thing I've had to go, like darkest location I've had to walk through in the game.
Silent
Um,
Hill 1 gets pretty freaky. Like, there's some pretty freaky
yeah,
locations in that game. But they
yeah,
do a good job in all those games, producing some pretty
they do.
disturbing scenery. So
For sure.
Mhm.
But I Silent Hill is kind of back right now, so going back to play the old stuff before the new stuff comes out is kind of fun to compare because we played Silent Hill 2 a couple years ago. Silent Hill F came out last year and it was fantastic. I want you to finish that at some point. No, it's so good. And then the new one, Townfall, comes out this year. I'm kind of interested to see their take on a first-person game.
yeah,
So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
yeah, Silent Hill F is just it's too actiony. It's got too souls like of combat. It's not what I'm looking for now.
it's not that. I just think it's pretty minimal compared to
That's what
two.
that's my impressions of what I played. So
Yeah, I don't know. It's so they just do that to kind of vary up the gameplay. Honestly,
you're like
on
scrolling though. Like, come on.
yeah, it's I don't know. I liked it okay. I think Silent Hill 2 is more fun to play personally. But I do appreciate the commitment to the melee combat. There is a big commitment to that
There
in
is.
Silent Hill F.
Yeah.
And either you like it or you don't, but usually it's pretty good. So
It
I kind
doesn't
of
feel
I
bad
look
to
at it that way.
play. It's just like
No,
it like the little girl doing like souls like combat is just it's hard for me to get invested with that
to square that.
very
Yeah.
out there concept. It's a
Yeah,
bit too out
it's
there
it's
for
not
me.
it's not
I,
terribly realistic or
I need to
anything,
get
but
over that basically is what I'm saying. That's a me problem. I get that, but I need to get over that to be able to appreciate that thing basically.
so the thing about that game too, before we move on, is Rikishio 7 made that game so you had to beat it multiple times to get the full picture.
Hmm.
Um, and now that I know what that full picture is, I don't have the time to play it 4 times. I know the endings and stuff. I know what it takes to get all that stuff.
Hmm.
It is one of the best Silent Hill stories that I've seen, and one of the better modern horror games
Yeah.
in recent memory. Honestly,
They
like Silent Hill
wrote
F is truly special.
they wrote Higurashi, is that right? They wrote When They
Higurashi
Cry?
when they cry, I
Yeah.
believe so. I
Yeah.
believe so. Yeah, pretty sure that was Rikishio 7. Um, but yeah, I cannot recommend that Silent Hill 2 remake enough. It's a brilliant video game. It's so good. One of the best remakes ever. Um, and then yeah, the last little bit for Noah, before I get into a couple of the new things I've been playing. 3D Ultra Mini Golf Adventures just kind of rolls off the tongue, right? What did you think of that thing?
Yeah, it was just childhood Taco Bell game that I found on
Oh,
Steam
okay.
and started playing.
Yeah, that's always fun though.
It yeah, I was like, oh man, I remember this thing from childhood, and I still have like the Taco Bell like disc as well, and it's pretty terrible. It might be one of the worst mini golf games ever created.
Same,
It's really
same.
bad. Um, like the physics are just not consistent at all.
You like what physics? Yeah.
Yeah, and like they try and do weird stuff too. Like they have like a space area and like all the like gravity is really weird and like you're going around like planets and stuff. It's like, man,
Mm.
this just doesn't work. And
Yeah.
then I end up like getting through it all, and then like the game's like, okay, we're just gonna send you back to like the first hole. I'm like, no, I think I'm good. By the way,
I
like
think I'm good.
I've played enough of 3D Ultra Mini Golf.
Yeah.
I remember why I didn't play it a whole lot as a kid. Now
You're like, fun fact, this really
I
sucks.
I think I played the like free trial of the basketball MMO that was also packaged in that Taco Bell disc more
So
than the
crazy.
3D mini golf. That basketball MMO was awesome, by the way. I have
Mm.
no idea the name of it. I don't like remember it at all. I don't really remember what the gameplay was either. I just remember I had a lot of fun with it.
It was called Charles Barkley's Shut Up and Jam. No,
No, it wasn't. No.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But yeah, so a bad video game. You played a bad video game.
I
There you
did.
go.
Yeah, I usually do that.
Yeah. Sometimes that's good. Sometimes it's good to vary it up. Who needs all these new video games when you got old bad ones to play, you know?
That's
It's
right.
kind of where we're
Yeah,
at.
yeah.
Yeah. A couple of the new things I've been playing before we get into our topic. I know Slade is raring to go about our evergreen topic. Quickly, I want to talk about mixtape. Okay, let's talk a little bit about mixtape. So there is a lot going on with this game in terms of the discourse. I think the discourse for this thing is kind of wild. We'll get into it just a little bit in just a second because like I'm going to speak to it from my perspective first, and then we can get into the deeper discussion because I think having some context to what I think is going to inform this discussion a little bit. So I played mixtape last night. Put about 20 minutes in it. It's a $20 game. If it was $1 a minute, I'd say it's totally fine so far. If we want a value judgment immediately, yeah, it's I don't know. It's a cinematic indie game, like and I don't quite understand the uproar with it really that people have with it. Um, the thing about it is that it is a game about teenagers. And when you have a game about teenagers and a coming of age story, it's going to be eye of the beholder how cringe they find that telling. You know, like how cringy is it? Like, what's the execution like? Is this drawing off a personal experience? Like, what is this thing? Is it Ferris Bueller? Is it, Fast Times at Ridgemont High? What are we looking at for
It's
this
first person.
teen drama? Whatever. Like, that's what people think it is. But, like, I played it. I would say it's more like a kind of, I don't know, like a reflection of a certain time period. It's like a 90s period piece about um, adolescence into adulthood. Um, and I don't really have any like major feelings of it other than to just say that fact because the game starts with you riding your skateboards down uh, uh, basically a 2-lane street to a bunch of licensed music, and you're just hanging out with your friends and talking and riding skateboards, and you're kind of like yelling at cars of the past and stuff like, "Oh, there's a car, watch out!" And the rapport with the three characters, it's oh my gosh, it's you know what? I'm not gonna even try to remember their names, but one of them is named Slater. Anyway, there's a group of three, two girls and a guy, and they just hang out with each other. It's kind of like the last like they're preparing for the last party of the summer before their graduation. They got to go to real life, and they're looking to score some booze to take to the beach party that they got invited to because it's like all the kids are going to be there at 9:30 p.m. on this weekend. And then after that, summer kind of starts and their lives are over pretty much as they know it. real life is going to happen to them, and they're kind of bracing for it. So, from what I've seen, it's a pretty wear your emotions on your sleeve sort of thing. The dialogue is pretty good. I don't have a problem with it. From what I've seen, my issue is, and this is the time we'll kind of get into the actual discourse about it. Like, I played 20 minutes of it. I liked it. There's some fun interactions there. There's a lot of really good presentation there where there's the main character is talking to the camera about like, oh, this is we're going to a beach party, this and that. I'm going to tell you about this compact disc and how it was made and stuff, and then it kind of goes into a pseudo documentary. It was like the compact disc and blah 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 blah, and it looks like a how it was made video, which is kind of interesting. There's a lot of really cool presentational touches they actually do in at least the beginning of mixtape that I kind of got a lot out of. So it's kind of doing a lot more than what people think it is because no one actually takes the time to figure out what the game is. They would rather be pissed that it exists or something. I don't know. But really, I guess getting into it, the discourse is that people fucking hate this thing, I guess. They decided to hate it, mixtape. I don't know. Slade, have you heard anything about this game, the controversy, anything? Like,
I
it's a big deal right now for some reason.
The most I've heard about it is that the game is pretty much just a bunch of uh already made video clips compiled into a game.
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot of actual oh, you can modify this model or anything like that. So
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's a mostly cinematic playable experience. Like that's what it seems like to
yeah,
me.
it's nothing like good or necessarily bad or anything about it. That's
Yeah.
the extent that I've heard. I haven't heard a whole lot about mixtape, to be honest with you, unfortunately.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, I think that one of the issues that people have is like, oh, I bought a movie. I don't want to watch a movie about teenagers that suck, and I feel like that's a little. I don't know. That's not giving enough merit to what it actually is, which is kind of a game full of anecdotes about teenage life. I don't know. Like
Hmm.
no one wants to have an actual conversation about it. They just want to complain about some stupid shit that someone has said in a clip, you know, because people like clipping things without context is what it looks like to me. I feel like I can't render a full opinion on it until I finish it because it's like a 4 hour game. And I imagine I'll do so at some point. But Noah, what have you seen from the mixtape controversy? I know you've seen a lot because we've had extensive chats about what we think about you know these fan bases going at each other, the haters versus the people that defend it.
It's kind of
What do you
fun.
think about this whole
Yeah.
thing?
I like to kind of just
Yeah,
sit on the fence usually with these things, but and like
yeah,
watch what happens. But I mean, it just seems like I think that one of the issues people are having, this is like something that is been an ongoing problem for a long time. I mentioned Forspoken earlier, right? There's this
sure,
sort of like this new humor, right? This new sense of humor, like this new gen humor, Gen Z humor, whatever, that people are just seeing crop up in like literally all like these popular media sort of things now. And it's like this, this humor of like people sometimes call it Marvel humor, right? It's like, oh, he's right
yeah.
behind me, isn't he? That sort of thing.
He's
And
They
right
fly
behind me.
now. They
they
fly
fly
now.
now.
Yeah.
I just exploded that with my mind, like that.
Let's Scooby Doo this shit.
Yeah,
Hmm.
and it's just like I don't know, like people want to go back to when things didn't have to be like this, like pop culture reference or this like you know um like this oops oh, I'm so relatable and quirky, like writing
Yeah.
didn't have to be that, and characters could be relatable due to character flaws, due to character circumstances, like I don't know. Let's take like Chrono from Chrono Trigger, right? Sure, like, and he's like
Yeah.
this kid from this small, sort of village, and he's just trying to, he's like a silent protagonist, and he's like trying to save this princess who gets time warped, right? That like that's relatable to kids of that era. That's the demographic, right? But there's still like lots of really good writing and that sort of thing. I haven't played that full thing, so I don't know it quite well. I'm just making an example, right? But
Yeah. You're making
basically,
an observation. Yeah.
yeah, basically, people think that that's what this thing is. It's that sort of like Gen Z humor, that sort of Gen Z writing, right? And they just are getting fed up with that, basically. Getting fed
Sure.
up with that being pushed to the forefront and being representative of writing of this era. I don't even think it's just
Yeah.
a games issue. I think people are just getting upset with that writing, and they're
I
willing
think
to
you're right.
move away from that sort of style of writing being in so much media. It's a
It's like,
mix of that. It's a mix
mhm.
of the sort of 90s nostalgia bait setting, and it's a mix of the sort of idea of a lot of recent games that they they make these indie games that have a lot of big names behind them, a lot of big funding behind them, and and they are ostensibly indie in genre, but they're you know the they're not the guy in a chair in his basement just coding sort of indie game. They're like these big budget titles that aren't triple A, but they aren't completely independent from big organizations, like what the title of indie used to represent, right? I don't think
Right. Like an
indies have represented
independent
that
game.
for a long time personally. Like, I think like when like these publishers sort of conglomerates started coming around, like Nicalis and Devolver and things like that. Like, I think indie sort of lost that sort of like status of like, I'm just a poor little indie game, right? Like, I think that when these big publishers came around, like, then they started having the marketing, they started having the money, and so I don't think it's that big of a deal for like you know I don't know, like an Expedition 33 to have like the entire backing of the
Yeah.
French government or whatever. Like,
Right.
sure, they had a lot of orchestra money and a lot of you know a lot of staff, and whatever, right? But it, yeah, it's still doing something different than the rest of a lot of these JRPGs are doing, right? It's doing like the Paper Mario combat. Not a lot of games have done that. But
Right.
it's doing it in like a serious tone. I don't really mesh well with that game's like art style. I think the art style is like the big hang up for me with that game personally. But as for like mixtape, I think that for me it's a mix of like the art style and the 90s nostalgia baiting and the
Yeah.
like I'm just not in the mood for like that sort of like story, like that teenager um adolescent sort of story. I'm someone who I tried to get into Life is Strange, and I kind of bounced off that as well. And
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I see a lot of Life is Strange in this thing, and so I'm like, I'm probably not gonna like this thing because I got through like I think I got through 3 or 4 episodes of Life is Strange. I think that's like a 5 episode thing, and I was just like, yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
enjoying this thing. But
I have a soft spot towards Life is Strange, but I don't think it's like some work of art or anything, you know.
yeah.
And I think that's a really good comparison, by the way. That
Mhm.
mixtape comparison to that. Um, the thing about it is like this game has really struck a chord with people. Like it's kind of interesting. Like it struck a chord in a negative way, but also in a positive way because it's like kind of beloved by reviewers, but people that play or people that maybe haven't played it, but like I don't know. Like
People that
it's
aren't
reviled in some ways and it's beloved in some ways, depending on who you ask, you know?
and
Um
the thing that I always worry about, right? And it might not be like this with everyone, right? But how much money is getting poured into the marketing, right? How many of these reviews are like, legitimate reviews, like this is my honest opinion, and how many of them are, oh, the publisher's, giving me all this stuff, or, oh, the publisher is, making me this sweet deal. I'm going to say nice things about this game. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a concern. And this has been a concern in games journalism for like years and years and years. Like this was the whole reason, I'm pretty sure, for things like what is it, like Giant Bomb or whatever. Like I don't think that would exist without this, like, right? Like there was a split at some point because
Yeah.
of this
Of a game review.
publishers expecting good reviews because they're giving, kickbacks, or because they're giving,
So
they're
yeah,
paying.
what you're referring to
Yeah.
is the GameSpot split with Jeff Gerstmann,
Yeah.
where he reviewed Kane Lynch 1, I believe, which is not a good game. I have definitely played that thing, from IO Interactive, who made Hitman, actually. And basically I think he gave it a 6 or something, like not even a terrible rating. And GameSpot was pissed because the marketing spend had a bunch of front page ads of Kane and Lynch on the site.
Yeah.
So they were kind of like leasing spots out, and you got this review coming out that kind of not savages it, but isn't terribly kind to it. And then you have a problem, because then Jeff Gerstmann gets let go, and it becomes a big problem. It's really just ethics and journalism for that stuff. The real issue I have with like big games like this, or not big games, but like games that get exposure like this, and maybe have people give their thoughts on this, are influencers, people that do take money, that do take sponsored streams. Like those are the people you got to be careful of. People can say, "Oh, reviewers are shills and this and that." I'm like, if they're with a big company like IGN or GameSpot, chances are they're just reviewing the game, and the publisher gives them the game because that's just what they do for big sites, and they review it, and there's usually no issue other than that, right? But like the people you do have to be worried about are people that just are on the take. You know what I mean? But yeah, that doesn't happen like that anymore. Like big ad spend on banners for websites just doesn't happen anymore for that sort of thing. So it's kind of like a time and a place.
I don't go on a lot of
It
these
does
sites,
happen,
but I go on like Nintendo Life pretty frequently, and like 9 times out of 10 they have like big banners all over their websites for like some kind of like video game that's on a Nintendo platform. So like these sites still do that. They still do the big banner ads, and
they do that, but
change the like
but they-
wallpaper of their website and stuff like that.
they do that also, but I don't know how much they like select that, or if that's just an AdSense buy. Like, are they just like, hey, we're giving you banner space and you can just put wherever there, like within reason? Like, do you yay or nay that stuff? Like, I don't know where that goes.
Like it seems pretty deliberate. Like it's just the one game coding the entire website. Like I've seen that before in recent like memory. So
Sure, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but I think the thing that's interesting is the people that are on the take, like actually actively on the take, having opinions about a game that they have been gifted. That is what I would be more worried about than reviewers that have gotten a game for free from a company because that's their job, and they're just reviewing it in its totality. That's it. Like, I don't know if there's a lot of bias there, because that's just kind of what's normal for these big sites. But I digress. I don't know.
Curious that if that issue of like sites being on the take from these game publishers is completely resolved, or if some sites are still on the take.
Right.
Because I
Like
the influencer problem is an issue, yes, but I think it would be more of a problem because like if you're getting your gaming advice from like TikTok influencers, like you deserve to be tricked. You deserve 1,000% to be tricked.
Yeah,
that's your
right.
poor decision making. But if I'm going to like a trusted gaming resource, trusted gaming website, You can say all you like all day long, like IGN isn't trusted. Well, they've been around forever, so they actually are. Like they're a trusted website. They've had ups and
They are.
downs, but they're a trusted website. So if I go to an
They
IGN
definitely
and I read a review,
are.
I expect it to be like, okay, this is something that has some credibility, right? It's not just
Right.
fluff. They're not just putting out
It,
a review to put out a
yeah.
review to make a publisher happy. They're doing it because they're doing their job of
Yeah.
playing a game and telling you what they thought of it. Now, will that align
It's yeah.
perfectly with what I think of the game? Absolutely not. If I haven't played a game, then I just try not to have any sort of opinion on it, good or bad. Like I that's how I am, right? Like
Usually those reviews are a genuine opinion that is vetted and then edited by an editor.
yeah,
Like that has to go through enough checks and balances
yeah,
where like they're trusting a reviewer to make a value judgment on it with a score, and then they have to see it through to make sure it is fit to print. Like that's that relationship. Like I don't see where the take would happen, but it was an open secret in British games media where you were on the take because you were promoting games because companies were offering you this and that, and they were buying some review scores back then, so that kind of tainted the waters. You know,
Mhm.
I think there is more ethical journalism happening now more than
maybe,
ever
maybe,
because people are kind of over that stuff. That was kind of a time and place thing, and it's taboo to do that. Honestly, that's why companies like GameSpot and IGN are still around. They don't
yeah.
do that, but they also make they make their bones with ads just from site traffic.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And like,
Uh,
yeah, like I guess IGN was like a bad example. Like, there's so many of these game review sites that there
yeah,
has to be some that fall through the cracks and like do take from these publishers, right?
almost certainly,
And I
almost
think
certainly. That's
that could
definitely the case.
conflate some of these review scores as well, right?
Yeah, I'm with you
And
there.
conflate Metacritic scores and things like that. So
Yeah.
it's not a it's a systemic problem that I don't think can just be resolved. Like people are always going to be on the take. That's just how these things work. But I do think that um that's part of the reason why people are outraged with this thing is because it's not a AAA title doing this. It's an indie title doing this. And, indie titles are like supposed to be like this last bastion of gaming for a lot of people, right? Like, oh yeah, the AAA sucks today, but indie gaming is where it's at. That's like, indie games are still good even though AAA games suck or whatever. There's a lot of people that think like that. And so
Yep.
I think people are just outraged because they're worried that this is what indie gaming is turning into.
I think they're outraged because it's cringe. I think that's a lot of it. I think they
I feel
people
like it's
do
a little
not have it.
reductive, but maybe that's part of it.
I think that has a lot to do with it. I genuinely do. This is my opinion. Like I think that people are afraid of cringy things these days. They don't want to be ironic. Or they would, they don't want that that feeling of like, oh, maybe the Whedonism thing is correct, right? But honestly, having played it, it is a game that is set in the 90s. It doesn't feel modern to me. Like it's old music, it's old sayings, it's old stuff.
Mm.
Like that's what I think people are missing because they haven't played it. Like they're saying it's this and this. I'm like, well, I've played it. I'm here to tell you that it's kind of a period piece, and I think what people don't like about it is the cringe factor of it. Like I think they don't want to see teenagers being embarrassing, and when they do, they want to talk shit about it because it's not their experience or whatever, and they think it's lame and it's affront to their idea of what a video game has to be. I think I think it's okay for it to be an anecdotal period piece about teenagers. Like no one's asking anybody to play it, but it's usually all the people that are complaining about it that weren't going to play it anyway. So they're looking for the next cause to rally behind. And I just think that is bad faith, and I just think it kind of sucks. Like people can have fun with that, like sure, but I have the wherewithal to say I think that sucks if you just shitting on games for no reason when you have no intention of playing them. It's kind of how I feel. Let's end the mixtape discussion just in general, kind of an expansion thing. But before we do, Slade, any insight on what we talked about? Anything at all? You've been pretty quiet about it, so
No, I don't have much insight on this game at all. Like I
yeah,
said, I've barely seen a thing about it, so I was just letting you guys
yeah.
have your moment.
It is an interesting discussion. This discourse is, and I think Noah and I we were talking about like what the legacy of this thing would be. Time will only tell what people think about it if it has any
Mhm.
lasting impression. You know what I mean? Like it'll be a while before we see.
Oh yeah,
Um,
for sure.
but like it was so high profile, like it was getting tens, and I think that's what drew the ire of people going like, this isn't a 10. I look at this out of context. How could this be a 10? It looks like shit. Like
Yeah.
maybe that's what's happening here. It feels like everyone's kind of snap judgment and they don't have any intention of playing it. So as someone that's played it, I will tell people what I think about it. That's my plan. So anyway.
It's
Noah,
Mhm.
any final thoughts on the mixtape controversy?
not really on that. It's just on what you were saying. There's been a lot of like really high profile games recently that I feel like just like were flash in the pan. Like, I
Yeah.
think that with like Expedition 33, like right, like that was huge, and now I barely
Yeah.
see any discourse on that thing whatsoever.
Well, that thing had its time. It was that dude that came out in March last year. Like that thing had its time. It won its awards. That was it.
Yeah, but
Like
like,
it had a whole year.
okay, for example, right? Like people still talk about Elden Ring. Like people are always talking about Elden Ring.
Yeah,
Elden Ring's just
that hit
stayed in the public consciousness.
sure, but that also hit like a mainstream consciousness as well, and it also sold way more than Expedition ever did, and it was such a popular game of the year game. Like, of course, it's kind of stuck around. There's also more you can do in it than in Expedition 33. Like, it's just kind of a different thing. I don't know if we can compare the two that directly.
I'm just
Um,
I'm just saying like, so I was continuing on after that, but like with the Expedition 33,
sorry.
basically like the like it like swept the game awards, whatever, right? Like, it was winning all the awards, right? Indie darling,
Yeah,
whatever. And then like now it's like I don't hear a whole lot about it nowadays. But
sure.
like even with like metaphor, like something that I think should still be talked about, like I hear nothing about that thing anymore. Like that thing was also just a flash in the pan. Like a couple sites picked up on it. A couple sites were like, yeah, this thing's really good. This thing's our game of the year, whatever. I don't even think it won game award game of the year, did it? I think it was
Not Game Awards, but it won GameSpot and IGN's Game of
yeah,
the
but
Year.
not game awards. Something
Mm.
else that year had won that one. I don't remember what won that year,
Nah, I don't remember.
but yeah, and that one also like yeah, like game of the year stuff, whatever, and then just like people just
It was
don't talk about
Astrobot.
it anymore.
It
It
was
was
Astrobot.
Astro, yeah, Astro. Oh, that makes me so angry. But yeah.
Well, that
So
just doesn't age well to me personally because I just don't like Astrobot that much.
yeah, but
That's an opinion, but
the like even Astrobot, right? Like Astrobot wins game of the year over Metaphor, whatever. Like it, I feel like I don't know. I just feel like games they used to have like this staying power, right? Like people would talk about them and talk about them, and it's not like that's a recent thing that I'm just starting to have this feeling of like
yeah,
games are just losing that staying power. It's always like moving to the next thing, moving on to the next thing, and like it's like this sort of like um it's like an unattainable like rate now that people are like, okay, I gotta move the next thing, I gotta move the next thing, gotta move the next thing. People aren't just like staying on one thing and like chewing on it for years at a time, like like even with something like Elden Ring, like they were chewing on that for years, and now I'm not seeing that.
see,
Well,
I
with
think. Sorry, Slade, go ahead, and then I have something after you.
I was gonna say with the rise of indie games becoming like the last bastion of hope, people have expectations that are Undertale. Undertale is the skeleton of a indie game that's going to rock the boat, right?
Sure.
So if your game is longer than I would say 30 hours or so, people are gonna be like, that game is way too long. But because it's not long enough, like an Elden Ring or something, then everyone is going to beat that game in 1, maybe 2 days.
Sure.
and play through that 5 times over, and then they're like, why isn't there anything in this game? And so they're asking for a lot of people are just asking for two different things here, and so these things keep getting pumped out, and there will be flashes in the pan, like Metaphor, that take a while. People are like, whoa, this is so awesome, because it's longer than that. Or that's why roguelikes are so popular, because the point is, you're getting this short form content of you get a run in, you unlock things, you do another run with potentially the new things you might have unlocked, and it's replayable for hundreds of hours, even though it feels like a 30-hour game.
Yeah. I totally agree with you, Slade.
Yeah.
I think I'll let you definitely say something in a second, but like it is more obvious to me than ever that fewer games are making more headlines, and I think it is a couple things. There are more big games that people are sticking with for longer. I kind of push it back on for that. Like the big games that stick around, like Arc Raiders, Fortnite, like all that stuff, those are still being played by people for a long time. Like so, those games have stuck around in the public consciousness because that's what those games are. They're treadmill games. But like the games like Metaphor, games like Expedition 33, they have a finite like discussion period where they get their recognition because people play them, and then they're considered a game of the year time, and then we encapsulate the year with the release calendar, and we kind of like, oh, this was great, we reflected on this, it's getting this award. That kind of exists in its own year. That's kind of just how life works now. Like, first of all, there's more video games than ever. There's more video games than ever that people are sticking with long term, and there's less room to dwell on games for longer. There's just the pace that people move at is different these days. Like it's just not how it used to be. Gaming used to be a niche thing, but now it's become mainstream, and when it happens, it also dilutes. So there are more people and more pockets doing more things more often. That's why you're seeing that churn, I think. Personally, that's what I think.
Even with what Slade mentioned, like with Undertale, like people were talking about that thing for years after. People are still talking about that thing in the mainstream, right? Like that thing is, it barely has any content in it, but the content that it has in it, people are still talking about. Metaphor has like way more content than that thing, but people have just, dropped off on discussing that thing. Like even within like gaming circles, really, like I just never see a whole lot of discussion on that anymore.
I would take that what you're saying as anecdotal because that is your experience. For me, like you're saying, like Expedition 33 doesn't have a footprint or anything. I have heard people talk about that game in hushed tones this year, going like that game was one of the best RPGs I've ever played. And I'm like, well, it's a very good game for sure. Um, like the things that you haven't heard, I've heard, and like anecdotally, it's going to be different everywhere you go because of the circles that you walk around in. You know what I mean? But I do think that the video game landscape is churning in a way where everyone is looking for the next new thing, the next new issue, the next new hotness. Like as soon as something comes out, people play it, people review it, people get their idea of it. Okay, I'm part of the conversation, and now we move on to the next thing. You know, like that is just kind of how honestly, and I think social media has broken us in that way where we need constant stimuli. I think it's just a constant stimuli, it's a constant a barrage of newness that I think that people just crave the new thing. Um, like people that are video game pilled like us crave the new thing, but more people than ever are playing the old thing, the reliable thing, the thing that doesn't cost $1 million that you could put money in at will. Like that is honestly like Roblox, dude. There's games in Roblox that people there's like million player counts in like freaking Roblox games.
Yeah.
Like that's where people are. That's where kids are. Like the majority of people playing video games are playing these live service games for long tails. You know what I mean? So there's smaller pies of people or smaller games, I should say, taking up larger amounts of people. And then the people that are video game pilled like us talk about games so frequently because they're just chasing the new thing because there's so many games coming out from so many different people. There's just so many games these days. I mean, you look at the GameCube, PS2, like the libraries are so small there compared to Steam, to Xbox Series, to PlayStation 5. Like the console libraries. Yeah, exactly. Like it does have a huge library, but like it was also 13 years of that. You go to the PS4 and PS5 and Steam, those libraries have ballooned because of shovelware, slop, and just the amount of new games. You know, just like as you go throughout the years, like people just make more games because there's more people making games than ever before.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think this is also just another consequence of two things. One, it just depends if a game can make a fandom, and that's like the social media downside of modern civilization. If a game cannot make a fandom, it's not going to last that long after it's released. Because that's
Right.
why Undertale is still talked about to this day. It had got such a grip on its fandom that they just went rapid. And another thing is this is just the consequence of like short form content and the rise of that.
That's really what it is. I agree with you.
People
That's why I mean by
don't
social media. Yeah.
want to pay $80 for a 150-hour plus game that they don't know if they're going to like. They want to play things like Helldivers that they've bought once. They pay like $10 here and there for the battle passes that come out. They go in, they get their dopamine hit from blowing up bugs and robots and, aliens and stuff, and then they go to bed. And that's all people want.
Some people just buy fucking Madden and they play Madden only. Like that is how people play games. And then they buy that every year.
Their expenses go to buying new controllers. Like,
dude, straight up, like ball and gun gamers are going to probably single-handedly make GTA 6 the highest grossing entertainment property of all time on day one. Like those people exist. They're just playing their other games until the event game comes out. Like there's so many people playing games now. It's so different. Like player tastes have completely changed because of short form content, because of the big games coming out. Like that's the reason like people don't know what to invest in when it comes to developing games. They don't understand player behavior. They'd rather make a big bet on a games of service in hopes of catching new people rather than making boutique single player experiences for a smaller audience. It's just a different landscape than it used to be.
And a perfect example of that is freaking Concord of all things.
Exactly, yeah.
Concord with the expectations of it being a multi-billion-dollar game right out the gate. They thought it was going to be Overwatch as soon as it released, and it wasn't. Dude, it's like, all right, pull the plug.
They thought that game was going to be their Star Wars. Like they said that in internal documents. I'm like, how can you possibly believe this? It is so generic. Noah and I, when that came out, we were just like, what the hell were they thinking? We had a whole spiel about it in our first game of the year about Concord Character of the Year. And it was like a whole thing about like the status of games as a service, and just the dangers of chasing that dragon, of chasing the games as a service dragon, and the pitfalls that come with being unsuccessful with that. Because that game, Highguard was this year. Do we remember Highguard? Did we forget about Highguard? You know what I mean?
I remember Highguard.
Like, people would rather take a chance on a games as a service in hopes of being the one of 8 games that make the money, all the money, rather than make smaller experiences, tighter budget experiences for smaller amount of people.
Yeah.
I mean, you just see that all over the place, and you have more failures than ever when it comes to that stuff. It's an evolving topic for sure. There's no right answer. But I think the thing that is true is that player behaviors change. And you're seeing Fortnite fall off. Fortnite is falling off. They have declined their player base drastically. Like their biggest event recently was The Simpsons, which was a huge hit for them. But ever since then, all the integrations they've done have not been the same. And so people are losing interest.
They're running out of properties to mill through that.
They're running out of things to merge with. Yeah.
Because that's the only thing that's relevant. Is that dopamine hit of, oh my gosh, my favorite character's in the game now.
Right. And Disney has invested a lot of money into Fortnite recently. And so there's a report out that they're looking to make a uh an extraction shooter with Disney characters in Fortnite. But if Fortnite's tapering off, their billion-dollar investment's going nowhere. Because
Yeah.
apparently, from all the internal testing that they have done on that game, it is super generic and not really worth writing home about. So you know where that's going to go? Straight to the fucking garbage because
Yep.
Disney does not want to keep being invested in a bad investment. They'd rather pull it out and do other stuff, like invested in their parks. You know what I mean? Um, so like it's so hot and cold because companies are hot and cold too. It's like a whole thing.
Yep.
I
Yep. Yep.
Uh,
Yep.
I think that the prolific nature of all these live service gamers is more so leaning towards what I'm trying to get across because the people who are playing these things are so tight knit that you'd think they would be engaging with these things more and talking about these things more for
mm.
longer periods. The people who are actually playing these things, and struggling to see that with like these story rich sort of experiences, or I guess these experience rich sort of things that aren't like live service things, like excluding the live
Yeah.
service things, right? Because those are
Yeah.
fine too. Those things can be engaging as well, but that's not
There's a
really what
place.
I'm trying to get at here. I'm trying to get more at like the single player sort of experiences.
You're basically saying the cultural permanence of of a game like a metaphor, like a game like
Yeah,
an exhibition
yeah,
theory. And I think what I'm saying to you is basically those are games of their moment, and they are contained within the year they come out. If they are highly recognized, they get awarded for that, and people remember those games fondly when they look back on those years. And honestly, the Game Awards is a good view of that stuff because you get to see in a very encapsulated form the video games that came out that year and what people deemed as important. You know what I mean? When it
Yeah.
comes to like, AAA video games.
yeah.
Um,
I think you might just be missing a bit of the point that I'm trying to make, but it's not really that deep of a point. It's just a weird observation, and it's one of those things where, like you were saying earlier, like people are moving on to the next thing. Well, that's how gaming's always been. Right? People have always moved on to the next thing, but people have always also looked back a lot, and they're like, how is this thing different from the last thing? And
yeah.
because companies were experimenting, companies were trying to make the next thing different than the last thing, and then people would be like, "Oh no, go back, go back, go back," and that go back, go back, go back is the reason why we have 4 Star Fox remakes. This is like
Yep.
Mhm.
this is a inherent problem with the um like free market consumerism. Like if we're getting into the weeds now, boys, like
Mm.
it's the market thinks they know what they want, but they don't. And that's why we have Star Fox 64 4. Like it's
Yeah.
it's just baffling.
Okay, so I understand your point. I do. I also think this is a failing of Nintendo of remaking that thing 4 times when people weren't asking for it. Like that is, I feel like a severe misunderstanding of what people actually want. They want more Star Fox, but they don't want the same Star Fox. Like Nintendo, I think might be conflating that and going like, you can get new Star Fox, but maybe we just remake the thing we already have. Like,
Yeah.
I just think that's kind of creatively bankrupt, and that's just a problem for them. I think that's an issue that they have
But
with that
that's a
franchise
larger.
specifically.
That's not just a Nintendo issue. That's a larger gaming issue. That's happening a lot in the AAA gaming
I
scene,
mean,
especially of just
sure,
churning
you get remakes and
properties.
stuff. You do get remakes, you do get churned, you get all that. But this is that issue you're talking about specifically is a Nintendo problem because they've remade that game so many times. I do understand your point though. I do understand.
You're. I think you're. Boiling down to just Nintendo, and that's
I'm boiling it down in this
maybe it was a
specific
bad
case.
example, but I'm trying to say
Basically, I'm more talking my opinion on that specifically too, but I do get your point. I do get your point. No, without expounding upon that to create any confusion. I
yeah.
understand what you mean. Yeah, for sure.
It's one of those
It's
things where I don't know what the solution is, but
yeah, I don't know.
I mean I have ideas of what the solution is, but they're so out there and so like so such like I don't know like they're a bit too out there to even like voice my opinions on those things because I have some wild ideas with
Yeah,
how to
I
solve those things. They're not things that could be implemented. I don't think even in my lifetime, but
I think the thing that they could do, just for my opinion, for the landscape of video games as a whole, as a medium, I think they need to have smaller bets with more interesting creative choices.
yep,
And you kind of foster creativity by taking risk. And if you take smaller risks, you can maybe be rewarded accordingly. Like Pragmata was in development for 6 years,
yep,
but it's a relatively smaller risk because they iterated on it so much.
yep.
And I don't imagine it's probably that
I
expensive to
was
make
I was
in the
just
grand
about to
scheme of
bring up
things.
Pragmata. Like I think Pragmata is such a success story of how you
Right.
can make a
And it is.
game as a AAA come out produce a game that's not like a tried and true idea, but it
Yeah.
is like something that is derivative of tried and true ideas. I think that's what
Right.
people want, but they don't know that that's what they want until they get there.
Right. I
And
and I
even
think
then,
also
sometimes people will get
gamers are fickle.
those. Sometimes people will get those things. We look at like Ocarina of Time versus Wind Waker, right? Like people
Yeah.
hated Wind Waker because it was so different than Ocarina. Now looking back, people are very fond of Wind Waker. I'm not fond of Wind Waker, but people are fond
Right.
of Wind Waker.
Right.
But the um, yeah, it's just again, I chalk it up to people really don't know what they want.
They don't, and I think just gamers are finicky. They don't really know what we want. And honestly, I'll get into it with this next bit with Saros because I feel a certain way about that game that I feel like we'll get into it. It's about addressing player criticism pretty much.
Mhm.
You know, but I guess we started with mixtape and then we kind of devolved into talking about the game industry and what people expect. So it's kind of like a whole big thing. But mixtape is interesting. I will play more of it. I will have a better idea of what that thing is probably next pod. It's probably going to be something I finish. So then I can actually speak to the controversy in a more pointed way. Um, that's why we have this pod is to inform people on what things actually are rather than using conjecture to influence our opinions. Like I just don't think that's necessary in this case. I can play this game. So I will let you guys know how it is for sure. So
Awesome.
finally in the game block before we get to our topic, we went a long time on that, but I promise we will make our way through this one and hit our topic and a couple of things for TV and we will get out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I reviewed Saros on my Substack. Um, I'm on the last boss. I pretty much beat him. There was some bullshit that happened. I died right when he was like a sliver. I'm counting it. I beat that game. I will eventually finally beat him probably in the next day or so. But it's a great video game. It is a great video game when it comes to the playing of it. It's a game with great ideas, fantastic gameplay, but it's just undercut routinely by like annoying narrative issues and like really bad performances, I will have to say. It's interesting because like it's one of the most crisp playable video games you can play, and it's really fun to play. It's one of my favorite things I played in a fair bit, just in terms of just pure gameplay. Like Hades 2 was like this immediate feeling of like, yes, this game is just it's all verbs, it's all bing bang boom. I love that stuff. Instantly engaging, kinetic. I love the way it plays. Love it. You're always killing stuff. It's a very Dewey game. I love Dewey video games. It's a very systems heavy game. It's very similar to Returnal. I mean, I got into it in a major way last podcast. So if you're wanting the table setting, I would go listen to that. Honestly, it took me about 15 hours to see it through, which is what I kind of imagine it would be 15 to 20. But it's skill dependent. It's always skill dependent with these things. It's at its core, it is a stage-based roguelike, which is kind of a weird identity crisis it has, which I'll get into. But yeah, plays fantastically. The weapons are pretty fun. There's a lot of really good. Noah likes the word synesthesia, and so do I. There's a lot of good synesthesia happening on screen with all the color coded palettes, and then the thrumming music and the kinetic action. Like it all really works together in this really fun like stable of verbs you have at your disposal. And presentationally, I will say, Saros is exceptional. Like it looks amazing. There's at times at times as I was playing, I just was like looking at this thing. I was like, geez, like the art design here is amazing. Like there's a bunch of aliens and stuff here that look like the spider bots from the Matrix. There's a lot of like Matrix infused design here, which I was a huge fan of. But the visual motif that carries through is like sun, like the image of the sun and the solar eclipse of the sun. And the way they tie that throughout the game with all the different biomes and all the different like thematic stuff that they do, it's really strong. It's very cohesive visual language, and the enemies and characters along the way kind of fit this like orange sunsetty palette that's really cool. It's a great looking game. It just looks fantastic. The final boss of this game like takes place on this stage, like on this beach, with an eclipse in the background, and it's actually jaw dropping. It's such a good looking video game. Yeah, it's GameSpot had this review metric back in the day where they graded games on best graphics by graphics artistic and graphics technical. If I had to grade Saros on those metrics, it would take home both. Like I think it's really an exceptional looking video game. I would say that. And it's not just that it's pretty to look at, it's like really legible. I think people that might have color blindness issues might have a problem with it, but there are color coded pellets you have to dodge. So for me, it's easy to see red, blue, and yellow, pretty easy. But like, it looks like it could be a little crazy, but once you start parsing the language of it and start running around in it, it's very legible what's happening at any given time. It's a combat puzzle that is constantly moving. And I think playing Saros is so awesome. It's just like the highlight of it is just you're in a combat arena. There's a bunch of shit being thrown your way. You're jumping, dashing, punching your way through it. And it reads perfectly, sounds great, looks great. The act of playing the game is so good. It is by far the most fun I've had playing a video game this year, purely in gameplay. I love everything about the locomotion of it and the action. It's so good. But the structure is a little different. Like it is a stage-based game. Returnal is a roguelike. You beat a boss per biome, and they have like checkpoints basically. But Saros is like you beat a stage, you can move to the next stage, and you can teleport between the worlds. Returnal, when you died, you went all the way back to the beginning, and you could only go to the next checkpoint per world. And to continue on in Returnal, you had to keep hitting these checkpoints and run through parts of these biomes every time. Saros is like, we're just going to teleport you. It's so much better. Like the only thing I'd want them to change from Saros to Returnal is a teleport. But they changed a bunch of like permanent stuff. Like there's a whole skill tree, a lot of permanent upgrades. You keep a bunch of money from run to run to, and that's totally different from Returnal in that way. And things are capped out in these skill trees by like, hey, you can only level up to this certain point because this boss node won't let you progress any further without you beating it. So it gates parts of the skill trees off as you go, which is kind of interesting. It's different though than Returnal. Returnal was like straight roguelike. You pick up stuff along as you go the way. There's like some permanent stuff, but there's no skill trees, anything like that. None of that. But yeah, Returnal is more of a roguelike than Saros is. But in some way that like Saros is kind of like it has all these roguelike features where it's like randomly generated areas, randomly generated guns and stuff. But it's like embarrassed to be a roguelike. It's really weird. Like everything, all the systems in play want it to be a stage-based game, but the roguelike stuff is like keeping it from being that. And it's really weird. Like they can't quite decide what they want to be. I don't know. It feels like the developers are kind of annoyed that people didn't grok Returnal like that. Like Returnal is a great game. It feels like the game they wanted to make, but Saros is the game they had to make to appease people that got bumped off of Returnal. Because Returnal, like, the runbacks are just too long. Like, it takes forever to get anywhere in that game because you're constantly playing the same shit over and over, trying to get to the next checkpoint. Saros is like, is a game designed for you to finish it, like 100%. It is designed to be finished. I would be surprised if any one of you were to come up to it and not be able to finish it. It's kind of trivial in comparison to Returnal, given the modifier stuff they allow you to do. You can change like difficulty sliders and stuff if you really want to do that. It's like a balance sheet. Like you take a boon, but you have to have something that's a detriment to counteract that. And there's like a dial that literally balances, so it is balanced enough for you to get through it, right? But yeah, like I said, it's a sort of a shame to be a roguelike, and that feeling shows kind of throughout, honestly. But it's like a jack of all trades. Saros is not good at anything like Returnal was like really good about the roguelike structure. And I think that having that both sides of them kind of does it a disservice. But the real issue I have with it, with Saros, the gameplay is great, it looks awesome, sounds great. The music's kind of like, whatever, take it or leave it. The issue with this thing is the writing is fucking terrible. It is so bad. It is some of the worst dialogue I've heard in a AAA game in a very long time. Everybody in this game. Okay, so the idea is that, hey, you're going to this planet to gain this natural occurring resource. You're supposed to bring it back with you with your team. That's the plot of Saros. All the particulars are not that interesting to me. Whatever. But everybody, it's like an eldritch horror thing happening. Everyone's slowly losing their minds. Everybody in the game is losing their minds slowly. And the way they show that is that everybody starts talking in fucking riddles, and it continues to be a pain throughout. Like it starts with people going like, "Oh, the sun. Oh, did you hear our king is coming? It was promised. The sun was promised." And then it continues throughout the game. Like everybody at some point is losing their mind. And it becomes apparent when this happens every time. You're like, "Okay, well, this character is now finally losing their mind. They pulled a gun on the party and they start talking like cult members." And it's just not good storytelling. And so like as you play through the game, you're constantly bombarded with bad dialogue and even worse story that are like, "Oh, we were meant to be gods. The sun was promised. The eclipse is coming." They literally talk like this. Every character talks like this. Even the main character starts feeling like he's taking crazy pills because it feels like everyone's got an inside joke on something he doesn't understand. And it's like complete dissonance to me. I've never seen a game quite be so focused on their obliqueness and think it's like super mysterious. Basically, they're like, "Oh, our shit is so crazy and whack. We're trying to be like incredibly secretive about our story. Everyone's talking riddles." And I'm like, I don't know, maybe tell me about the game and quit fucking around. Like everyone's just talking about the sun all the time. You're not telling me anything of value, you know? And that's my issue with Saros is the story's bad, the narrative's bad. And honestly, the reason I would play the game kind of gets in the way of me playing it. I can kind of like delineate the two. Like the story really sucks and the characters are terrible and all this, but the game is fun. It's sometimes easy to separate the two, but when the narrative starts really kicking in the back end, it makes the gameplay feel bad actively because you're constantly having to hear stuff that just you don't want to hear. And yeah, that's really my big issue. That and the price tag. I think this game being $70 is a big mistake. Like, there's kind of an agreed upon top out for what people will pay for a roguelike, even an expensive one, like 50 bucks might be the top. $70 for this game is too much money. It just is. I recommend this game. Do not buy it at $70. Just don't do it. Like, it's not worth it. It's so wild. Everyone is on the same page about what this game is worth, except for the publisher, because it's kind of an imposter to the Sony like stable. Like they want to put it up and prop it up alongside like their Last of Us's, their God of Wars, but like straight up, it's not of the quality to compare those to this. Like it's not. Like there's not enough care in the narrative as there is in the gameplay, like those other games. But they price it as such because these big budget games need to make back their money. You know what I mean? Even though it's not a $300 million game. It's like a $75 million game, but they want you to pay $70 for it for some reason. It's weird because Returnal was 50. You know what I mean? Basically, Returnal's $50. Like it was like that at launch too. You know, so like I said, there's an agreed upon level that people will pay to play these games. And $70 just isn't it. Like that's why it's not selling well. It's reportedly sold like 300,000 copies, which is nothing. It's not good. To kind of wrap it up, I kind of feel about like do you remember the song like a total eclipse of the heart? I feel like this game is a total eclipse with no heart. It has nothing redeeming in the story. Characters are terrible.
I don't know if we can use that song.
Yeah.
I'm not
I don't
using
think we
that.
do. We
I'm
might have
kind
to
of
cut that
I'm
part.
riffing on it. I'm not singing the song.
Editor,
Don't come
cut
after
that.
me.
Editor, cut that.
Cut that.
He's talking to
Jamie, don't
himself.
show that part.
He's talking to himself. But basically, it's Scorched to look at, listen to. It sets the standard for shooters in this gameplay, like roguelikes, shooter roguelikes. It's like the top of the Croc there, but it's actively annoying to engage with the story at some point. Like it's kind of a bummer. It's a game with no soul. I hate to say it. That's pretty damning. But it's a good game that could be great if more care was spent in the narrative, like the gameplay, because the gameplay is so exquisite. I can't explain enough how much I love playing the thing. Like high marks to Housemark and the game designers and the game like artists, because that is the stuff that is good about this thing. But like I said, can't recommend it. Not at $70, not even a little bit. So I like Saros a lot. It is not worth $70. That is the end of that.
You think George Saros funded this game then?
That is Noah's favorite joke, and like I said, I allowed him to get away with it for this long. Noah, the Source joke is over.
No,
We're done
it's still funny though.
Anyway,
It's
Saros is over as well. I've spent my time with Saros. I will beat that boss fight probably tomorrow, and it'll be fine. But
I think George Saros has already beat that one, by the way.
Oh, really? Good for him.
Yeah.
And good for us. And good for us. Yes. We don't have to talk about George Soros anymore. And we have a quick topic we should get to because it is late as hell. So let's talk real quickly, everybody, about our favorite video game.
Lightning round.
Lightning round. We have 3 each. I want you guys to say why you like them. No runners up, anything like that. So we can get the hell out of here because it is damn near 3 o'clock as of the time of this recording. So I will start because mine's quick. I will be very quick. I promise that. Let me pull up my Discord again. My favorite 3 weapons in video games. Very, very simple. It's kind of like a good reflection of me as a video game player. One is pretty simple. The Lancer from Gears of War. What's not to like about a chainsaw gun, guys? Okay. I'm not a ball and gun gamer, but cutting dudes the fuck up is awesome. It looks great. It's like the staple of that series. It's like the perfect encapsulation of Gears of War. That's the Lancer. It's a muscular, beefy, brutal weapon that does the busy work.
Kind of
you know,
that whole game, like muscular and beefy.
it's so it is, dude. It is so that game. It is so that game. You know, it's kind of crazy. Like they encapsulated the character of that game in a weapon. Like a lot of games can't do that. You know, it's almost the thesis for the game. But the Lancer is incredible. It's one of the best video game weapons ever. It's iconic. The second one, the plasma cutter from Dead Space, also very similar to the Lancer. It is the thesis weapon for the series. Like you are aiming at limbs to shoot and kill enemies, basically, and you can kind of shoot from a wide angle or a like a vertical or horizontal angle to cut limbs off of aliens instead of headshots. And varying up that gameplay is really cool. And it exists through 1, 2, and 3. It's great in the remake. It's just you could beat the entire game with it. It's so versatile. The plasma cutter is a workmanlike tool. The main character, Isaac Clarke, is a mechanic inherently. He's not a badass superhero. It's like the equivalent of using a nail gun or something. Like it's so awesome in world. Their justification for using basically his whole suite of weapons are all like handyman tools. It's so cool. The plasma cutter is like proof positive of it being like the everyday workman's tool. I gotta get the job done. I use my plastic cutter. It's perfect. Perfect weapon. And then finally, normie take, Master Sword, dude. The Legend of Zelda.
Basic,
Gotta have it.
Basic.
It is basic. It is basic, but come on, dude. I'm such a big Zelda fan. Like every time they do the Master Sword in a Zelda game, it's always special. It just is special. And it is a normie take, it is a basic take, but I really like seeing how each Zelda game has the presentation of the Zelda Sword because they always do something. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Um,
the one Zelda game that Slade and I really like, they don't even have the Master Sword in it. So
which one is that? Sorry.
Majora's.
Yeah,
Oh, that's right. Shit.
Yeah, they don't even have the
Yeah.
Master
That's so
Sword in that
funny.
one. Yeah,
best
That's
Zelda
so
game
funny.
by
You don't
far.
ever think about that. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I never thought about it until just now. Yeah, it's the Kokiri
Crazy.
sword, and then you upgrade it to like the Razor sword or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen this game be played millions of times, and I played it too, but I hadn't gotten the
Yeah.
Kokiri sword. But
Yeah.
that's so crazy.
Well,
Anyway,
Kokiri
that's my
sword is what
three.
you start
That's my
out
three.
with, but yeah, you know,
Yeah.
you've played Ocarina, like you that's the first
Yeah.
sword you get in Ocarina. You get the Kokiri sword,
Right.
And so yeah,
Uh-huh.
Majora's is like, yeah, I'm you know I'm young Link, so I'm just running around with that Kokiri sword and
Yeah.
you know, borrowing it without permission from the Kokiri, basically. So
Right. I like
Yep.
Breath of the Wild's like you got to have enough hearts to pull this thing. It's
Yeah,
I even
sure.
glitched it when I played it again on Switch 2,
A
and you can like
lame
basically fool it to pull it out, and then it's
Uh-huh.
still there, which is fun, which I did. That's a good one. So the Master Sword, easy normie take. Slade, what do you have?
All right, yeah. So my three that I could think of, I tend to have a pretty poor memory. Number one is the LAS-17 double-edged sickle from Helldivers 2.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
It is from one of the passes that its whole theme is about being very very ornamental and very like showy and stuff. It's a malfunctioning weapon basically. The longer you fire it, it starts to overheat and it starts to
Yeah.
hurt you, but it gets more power the more that you hold down that button. So if you can tank the self damage that you're taking, you're gonna shred through enemies like no tomorrow. And I just find it funny to be holding down the button and then my Helldiver catches on fire spontaneously.
Right. Yeah, I forgot I did that. Yeah, that's good.
Then my second, my well, these aren't really ordered, but my next one is so slight spoilers for Metal Gear Solid 4,
Oh,
Metal Gear Rex.
Oh yeah.
that is a good pick. I like that pick. That's
Yep.
a out of the box pick. I'm with that.
Very, very big spoilers. At some point in Metal Gear Solid 4, you go back to Shadow Moses Island, and
Mhm.
Metal Gear Rex, he's pretty beat up, but he is still there and standing. And you not only have to escort him out of Shadow Moses while it's like blowing up for real this time, but you
Mhm.
then have to fight Revolver Ocelot piloting a Metal Gear Ray
Ugh.
in the beaten up Metal Gear X. One of the coolest sequences in any video game I've ever played is
Game
this
is-
awesome bipedal wrestle match. Oh, so cool.
The game
And
is so
then
fucking good, Slade. The game is so
it's so
fucking good.
It's so good.
I like
It's so
the
good.
Oh,
I'm
that
so
game is awesome.
excited.
Metal Gears.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah.
I wish they were utilized more in the Metal Gear series. I would like that series better.
Yeah.
Metal Gears for
I wish
mean,
they
yeah.
were.
Yes and
That's
no,
why-
because they're nuclear weapons. Like they're nuclear
Uh-huh.
weapons. Like they're trying to not make them
And that's
run
the whole
around.
point of
Like,
the game is that nuclear weapon bad, sure. But
yeah.
Uh-huh.
I mean, that's
Well, that's
literally
why
yeah.
that's why I like the geckos, is because they're prevalent in the story
Right.
while also
Right.
not being like
Sure.
a big threat.
I love how they move. Those are good.
And then my final choice is this is my favorite weapon in any video game. I can say that with my chest.
Yeah.
Pikmin. I think Pikmin are the coolest
Okay.
weapon concept in any video game. You get
Yeah.
an army of little guys that you get to throw or charge at enemies.
Yeah.
They latch on, they do damage over time. You know, you take down guys like easily 100 times your size with them. And you know, it's just fun to have like a little army of guys falling behind you, ready to be thrown to kill or collect treasures. So
they're
Mhm.
friends. You can't use them as weapons.
No, they're weapons, right, Slade? They're weapons.
they're
Weapons.
deadly. They're
Fucking-
very deadly. They're very deadly.
If
So
I
deadly.
lose one Pikmin, I cry uncontrollably. It's how sad it makes me.
Oh,
lose
buddy.
one
You can plant more.
You're in.
Noah. What are you
You're in
doing?
for a
What are you
long
actually doing?
haul.
Pikmin. I've played a lot of those games.
But yeah, so that's my top three. If
Pikmin
I'm
is
to name,
diabolical.
That's
If I'm to name a specific Pikmin, it's specifically the purple Pikmin because
Oh,
in
yeah.
Pikmin 2,
Big
those
boy.
things are omega busted. You
They
can beat the
just-
whole game alone with purple Pikmin.
Yeah, they absolutely break that game. Like, I don't know what they were thinking with the purple Pikmin. They're
No.
just
No
overpowered.
clue.
I like the Bulbmin a lot. I think they're a lot of fun too. But
Oh, well, yeah,
I think
the
they're
Bulbmin
cool,
are
but,
awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah,
Fun.
that's probably my two favorite weapons in video games.
Fun.
Very cool. I like that. I like how out of the box yours are. That's great. I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Noah, what's your 3?
Yeah, least to most, I've got the hunting horn in Monster Hunter. I love the hunting horn.
Of course, he's got to do it. The hunting horn. Bard himself.
It's just it feels so like it feels like the perfect weapon because you are literally performing like doing these performances in the games where hunting horn feels good to play. You're doing these performances in like the face of the monster, buffing your whole party, buffing yourself, and like it's just the flashiest thing. I don't know, it's just so much fun to me. Like doing the combos, doing the performances, and just having like that control over the battlefield, having like this really support
Mhm.
heavy weapon in this very aggro heavy game where there's not really like defined classes for party comps.
Mhm. Right.
It's just a lot of fun. I love like that sort of like orchestrating the battle sort of role.
Uh-huh.
That's my favorite.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like games nowadays have kind of conflated that role with like being a healer. I don't like that. I don't want to be the healer. I want to be the guy that's doing damage buffs and giving people elemental like affinities and things like that, like giving people the tools for them to go out and be the hero. I want to sit back. I want to be the eminence in shadow, if you will, and I want to
Oh, look at him.
Oh, bro's being a corner horner. Get out. You can't be a don't. No, that's not how you play hunting.
I'm not saying that with hunting horn specifically. I'm just saying that
Oh,
hunting horn
okay.
it's an enabler weapon, and I like
I
that.
love being enabled.
I'm just talking about enhancement classes in general at this point, right?
Yeah.
My favorite that's like my favorite concept for a class in like MMORPGs, right? Is like the enhancer class. It's part of the reason why I like Log Horizon so much. That anime, the main character in that is like sort of an enhancer class, and his class's sole thing is that he just buffs other classes, and then he's sort of like the strategist for like raids and things like that because he sits in the background and he just buffs everyone, while controlling the pace of battle basically with his different buffs and giving the right buffs at the right times to control the pace of battle. So
interesting.
But that's what I like in sort of a support role is what I'm trying to say. And I'm saying all this because I feel like there's a severe lack of that support role that I like, that hunting horn sort of support role. And even like Capcom has started to forget what the hunting horn was. Like they're starting to turn it more into like, oh, it's a healing weapon. It's like, no. You could heal with it, but that's not what it has to be. And I feel like they're pushing it in this weird direction. I hate that Gobbos. But anyways, the second one, it's balls. I think balls are fun.
Huh?
So like, wait, hang on. So, hang on.
Say.
So wait, Sonic the Hedgehog turns into a ball, spins around. It's so elegant. Like it's such a genius thing. Like all of his.
What about Morph Ball?
We're getting to that. So
he's encapsulating Morph Balls.
Slow your roll, buddy. Just like with Hunting Horn, I am encapsulating.
I get you.
Encapsulating this. So
I'm with you.
Sonic the Hedgehog, he turns into a ball. Funny shit I ever seen. But The spin dash, like it's so elegant. Like you stop for a second, you take in your surroundings, and then you speed up, and then shoom. You know, um, those classic games, and even like the adventure series, I'd say also does this well. Of just like that spin dash just helps you to take a breather, and then boom, you're off to the races. You observed what was in front of you for a second, and then I honestly I think the adventure games do this better than the classic Sonic games, because the 2D side scrolling does not favor that sort of breakneck speed nearly as well as like 3D being able to see everything in front of you. But then you have like the boost games, like the current boost model. They took away the spin dash, and now the boost just well, they didn't take it away. It's there if you want to use it, but why would you use it when you can boost? Like,
Right.
I don't like the boost formula. I hate the boost formula. They took away my balls. But anyways, the
Clip
yeah,
that, clip that, clip that, clip that.
the morph
Clipping.
ball, another elegant design, right? It's a very unique exploration tool, and also morph ball jump chaining makes you feel like 200 IQ performing it correctly.
Real.
So it's fun to do. I mean, it's not like hard, but it feels 200 IQ. So that's the important.
100% it does. You're like, yeah, I'm using my entire moveset, baby.
Yeah,
I'm doing it well too.
It's so good.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
Like I even had those moments in like Prime 4 where I was doing that with the morph ball. I'm like, yeah, I still got it. I'm still 200 IQ, baby. That gives so good. But anyways, also, I'm sure there's a lot of ones that I'm missing, iconic ones, but what came to my mind was Guilty Gear Strive Venom. Like I love the whole creating a bunch of different projectiles and just manipulating them however I want using my pool cue. It's so much fun to play as Venom in that thing, and just like you feel 200 IQ, like I've got you right where I want you. I've got all of my balls lined up, ready to send in the balls. So yeah.
Noah's cheating. He's using multiple instances of balls, but I respect that.
You didn't tell me it had to be from a specific game.
That's crazy.
Yeah, we'll just say guns for every gun game.
And then the final one, I'll give a real answer. It's the Moonlight.
What? Oh, that's not what I thought you were gonna say.
It's the Moonlight. Yeah,
I thought you were gonna say Broken Straight Sword.
I like using the Broken Straight Sword runs in like the Souls games. They're fun, whatever. But the Moonlight Greatsword is what a like legendary weapons should be in games, right? I think that every game publisher should have like this sort of like holy grail sort of, it doesn't have to be a weapon, but like just like this sort of thing that they carry through like all of their games, right? It's like the Fire Emblem. Like whenever they mention the Fire Emblem, like I start soy pogging, I'm like, oh, the Fire Emblem. Oh! I just love like that idea of like that, like that like legendary object, and like when you finally see it in a game for the first time, you're like, oh, it's here, there it is. Like, and oh man, I could go on and on about the Moonlight. Like, I love it. Like, you realize that the original Japanese Kingsfield, right? That was the first one with the Moonlight Greatsword. They had original one, and like the whole game was all about you. Basically, you need to go get that thing to stop this big bad. Like that's the whole thing. You gotta go get the Moonlight to stop this big bad, right? Then the second one, they're like, oh, by the way, Moonlight is the big evil dragon has that, so you're not getting that thing unless if you walk behind him. So you can just go, you can walk behind him in the final boss room, get the Moonlight Greatsword. You're like, yeah, I got you now, buddy. And then like the third one is like, oh, now like the guy that's associated with like the Moonlight Greatsword is the bad guy, so now we gotta get him out of here. Yeah, that's the third King's. I don't know the fourth one. I haven't played that one, but then there's like yeah, then the continue with the Souls games like Demon's Souls. You find it in like the Leech area, and for some reason it scales with faith, even though all the other ones scale with intelligence. Whatever. But and then like Dark Souls 1, you cut the tail of Seath the Scaleless to get it. That's awesome. I love that one.
Yep.
Mhm.
And then Dark Souls 2, there's a guy like right at the beginning that you meet. You're like, wait a second, what's that sword he has? The Moonlight Greatsword? What? But no, it's a fake one. He has a fake Moonlight Greatsword. And the real one you can't even get unless if you New Game Plus kill the freaking Duke Seer Freya and get the old Pale Drake soul. And you can use a bonfire setting to do it because that game's awesome. But that it yeah it just has like this story lore in all these games, right? And then I can keep going on, but then it they even put it in like the freaking mech series, like in all the Armored Core games you could get the Moonlight Beam Sword for your Armored Cores. Like, yeah,
Mhm.
I love that thing. I love that thing. I think that games need to have like that sort of like mystical thing. And that's also why like mm, I won't go into tangent, but that's also why I love like the Nasuverse stuff with like all the interconnected things and like the true magics and stuff like that. Is like you see an instance of true magic in one piece of the Nasuverse, you're like, oh, it's true magic. Oh, but,
Love it. Moonlight Greatsword. That's a good pick. I like that pick a lot.
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah. There you go.
My
I think
Moonlight.
yes. That movie is gonna be so good.
It's gonna be so good.
I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna
Very
cry.
good.
I'm
When it comes
I'm
out,
gonna see Ludwig, and I'm gonna absolutely burst into tears. I'm gonna be like, "Oh, my guiding moonlight."
how are they going to balance all that? That's a lot of stuff they gotta do. It's interesting. And what
Yeah, I
might be a
know.
90-minute movie?
Yeah,
Like,
how many deaths are they gonna show of the player character dying over and over again?
they won't. The
I
character is gonna.
I was making a joke, but
They'll never kill them though, because then the ones that they could is if they go like with the bagman, right? They'd be like, oh, you died and woke up or something. I could see them do that. I know you don't die in the game, but
you die in the game, you
then
die
you guys
in
spend
real
all the
life, though.
real.
True.
It's true. Speaking of true, let's talk about some TV. I'll be pretty quick. I'll run through mine so Noah can get into his anime block. Friends and Neighbors season 2, really like that. Beef season 1, also very good. Still into For All Mankind season 5. We watched GoldenEye, Noah. We're trying to watch a few James Bond movies. We're trying to watch a few James Bond movies before First Light comes out, which will be out by the time the next podcast comes out. We'll be playing that. One Piece Fishman Island arc is finally back on track. There's a really good backstory with the Fishman Queen, and it was really heartfelt. That one got me. Not gonna lie. So finally getting back on track. It's One Piece remains amazing. I watched a horror movie, Antlers, about Wendigo. That's a great one. I watched it in 4K, and it was like mind-boggling how good it looked. I was like, "Damn, this movie looks great. Looks so good." I also watched Ghost of Mars, which is by far the worst John Carpenter movie, but it was still kind of great. Noah, you should watch
Mars
Ghost of
meets
Mars.
moms.
Yes, but with Ice Cube.
True.
This has Ice Cube in it.
Okay, he's
Um,
from the moms. Got it. Understand.
yeah, you got it. Yeah, and then we watched half of Jumanji because I think we started it too late. We just didn't finish.
Half of
I don't know
Jumanji. Good job.
that's what happens when you have kids is that just sometimes just things go half watched and you go like, oh right, we never did finish that. So
You don't need to
yeah,
finish.
we got all no Jumanji 1's great. What are you talking about?
Mhm,
Fine.
It was
mhm.
great.
It's okay.
I'm not listening to this revisionist bullshit from you. No, what did you watch?
A bunch of anime seasonals that I've talked about already.
Okay.
Like watch any other one of these. I'm sure I've talked about them.
Yeah.
And then I watched Clevitus recently. That's really good. Season 2 is coming out for that soon. Check that out. It's like more modern berserk type thing, dark fantasy type thing.
Yeah.
And then I finally got around to watching Angel's Egg. I think it's
Yeah.
probably the most boring thing I've watched in my entire lifetime. It was like watching paint dry.
Oh wow.
It was like
It is boring. It is
it
boring.
was they've had like maybe a total of 5 lines of dialogue in the entire like hour and a half long movie.
Jesus.
It's more of a mood piece. I like the visual style of it. I watched it when other things were on, like people were doing other
like
things.
literally, I was just like
Um,
scrolling on my phone while watching it. I was
Yeah,
like, I feel like such a TikTok kid, but like, holy crap! Like, I can't concentrate on this thing. There's literally
honestly,
nothing
I think that's
happening.
fine. I think that's totally fine,
Can you
dude. I
imagine
got
like
the
going
mood
to a
piece of it.
movie theater, sitting down to watch this thing, and then you're just like, okay, when does the movie start? Anytime now.
Uh,
Like, I don't know.
yeah,
It's rough.
there's almost no
It looks
there's
good,
almost no
but
right, but there's almost no impetus for story. It is literally just a mood piece. It's an art installation, like it kind of is.
Mono's wild
Um,
for that.
I love it personally because of Amano. That is the thing that I like about it. The visual design is incredible in that movie, but it is that it is a mood piece with no substance. Like that's literally
It's
what
a
it is.
bad movie, but it's a good art piece. There you go.
A
Problem solved.
100%. Yes, that is a great way to encapsulate that. I 100% agree with you. But I like it. I still like it. I do like it. It is boring though.
I also finished Free Run season 2. That season 2 is not great. It's fine.
Ooh.
It's like it's just like nothing really happens in season 2. I think that's the issue
Yeah.
I have with it. Season 1 felt like a lot of things were happening in season 2. Season 2 is also a lot shorter than season 1, so that might be part of the issue. But
Yeah, season
I'll
1's
still,
like damn near 30 episodes. Yeah.
yeah, I'll still check out season 3 whenever it comes out because I like it enough to keep watching it.
Right.
And then finally,
Damn.
I've been watching on a whim. I started watching Legend of the Galactic Heroes. I was like, yeah, I'll just watch like a few episodes of this thing and then drop it. I'm sure it's not for me. No. It not only is it for me, it's for everyone. Like, if you're not watching this thing, like, stop what you're doing and watch it. Like, this thing is insanely good. It's one of the most
Never heard of it.
interesting, like space. It's just one of the most interesting long running series I've ever seen. Like it earns its length. Like it deserves to be 110 episodes. Like it deserves to be longer, honestly, because this thing is just so incredible. I'm always like, what's gonna happen next? What is like? I'm like shouting at my screen at like what's gonna be the interaction between these two characters. Like it's this long drawn out sort of space opera drama sort of thing that goes deep into like national politics and like philosophy and governing styles and like it's just one of the deepest things I've ever watched in my entire life. It's
It looks awesome.
life
Yeah.
changing. It's honestly
Mhm.
life changing. It might be one of the
Okay,
best
I should
things
check
of
it
all
out.
time.
Are you watching the original?
Yeah, the original Legend of the Galactic Heroes from the 80s. Yep. This thing
That
is
title-
so ahead of its time.
That title fucking sucks, but the show looks great.
It is so ahead of its time. Like it's not even close. Like nothing at that release at that time is even close to the same level of quality. Like this thing that makes Mobile Suit Gundam like look like absolute trash. Like Mobile Suit Gundam is trash compared to this thing. I've watched Gundam. I've watched that original Gundam. Like Amuro Gundam.
You mean Gundam 78?
Yeah, Amuro Gundam absolutely sucks compared to this thing. Like
Mhm.
this thing's way better.
Okay. I gotta check it out. It looks cool.
Yeah.
Slade, any TV stuff you're into?
I have not been watching really much of any TV stuff. Noah suggested to me an anime called My Ridiculous Reincarnation, which is pretty
Yeah.
funny. I watched the first episode. I haven't had time to watch more of it, but I do plan on it. So yeah, nothing. I haven't been watching too much stuff,
Yeah, that's all right. I left it open for you if you did.
What
But,
did you think of the 11th left hero rib?
It was pretty good. It's
Yeah.
pretty good, not gonna lie.
What about the the 6th right rib hero?
Yeah, dude, I was just about to say, I think that one's my favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just
Not a
gotta
real
watch
show.
it to understand. It's so bizarre.
Not a real show. Noah
At
and
least
Slade
it might be the
are
realest
hallucinating.
show, by the way. It might
be
realest
the
show.
realest
Yeah.
show.
I probably not. They're
It's
both collectively
it's an
hallucinating.
amazing
If you
show,
like,
though.
if you like Pop Team Epic and Reincarnation Slop, it's good. You'll like it.
Yeah.
Well, I'll take that under advisement. Anyway, that's been a podcast. Slade, thank you so much for joining us. Sorry it's so late. I appreciate your time. Thank you as our number one contributor to the podcast, Slade.
Absolutely.
I appreciate you. It's good to see your face. Come by
It's good
again.
to see you. Absolutely. I shall be back. Yeah.
Okay.
You have not gotten rid of me yet.
Oh, good. I wasn't trying to run you off. The third chair spins ever around and round for Slade to return. Noah, thank you as well. Thank you for your Croc lore. I really enjoyed that.
What are you people doing?
Never do it
Go
again.
play Croc. Go play Bubsy. Don't play
Oh my
Gex.
goodness.
Gex is bad. But
That's true.
Go play Croc and Bubsy 3D. Both of them. Both in 3D. They're both good.
I think they're all bad. By the way. They're all bad.
Oh, yeah, and so is freaking, I don't know, like Mario Odyssey. I'm sure we'll say that's bad.
Woo!
Yeah.
You don't mean that. I know you don't.
There you go.
I know what type of man you are.
Croc
You don't mean that.
is better than Mario Odyssey. That's the official opinion of the Stick Drift podcast.
True.
And if you don't like it,
if you listen to the Croc lore segment that we just talked about and what's going to be named in the podcast, Noah actually said that Croc sucks. By the way,
no, that was that.
No, wrong.
Noah aspirationally likes Croc. He fucking hates Croc though. Let's be real about this.
I like the shoes okay though. The shoes are pretty alright.
They put egg timers in their pants. What are you talking about?
and electric can openers.
Yeah, you don't? I mean,
no.
You're clearly not a Gobbo then. I thought you were a Gobbo, okay?
Yeah, what are we doing here?
That's where you're wrong. Okay, we're clearly delirious. I'm going to kill myself. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye.
Let's Gobbo and stop this podcast.